All right, we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this broadcast for this year's wonderful Prague International Chess Festival. It's an absolute delight to be here, along with the greatest in Germany, the greatest Germany has ever had, actually. I think I'm right there, right, Lizzie? You are the greatest of all time.
I think I'm the strongest by rating of all time among women in Germany. This is true.
There you go. Welcome. We are here to give you a running commentary of all the action over the next couple of weeks for what will undoubtedly be a fascinating and fighting festival. There are many tournaments taking place in Prague, but the two tournaments that we're going to be focusing on in the commentary are the so-called Prague Masters, which is the main event, and the Challengers. Both tournaments are really, really strong. In fact, even the Challengers tournament has got a number of superstars playing, and it's a 9-round all play all with, as I say, some of the world's best players. So it's going to be really, really exceptional. The organizers have done a phenomenal job in the selection of players. They put a lot of effort and thought into that particular process. And Lizzie, I see, 9 rounds in both tournaments of just really, really hard fought chess. There's just such a beautiful mix of experienced and young players, different styles. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yes, we will also see how the condition of the players is going to be. Of course, it's not comparable to white with 13 rounds, but still I know if you have an average about 2,650, 9 rounds don't sound too much, but they can be a lot. And 1 free day is very important, but I'm not sure it's enough, at least for the older generation.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to play 4 or 5 games in a row every day. As you say, if you're not in good physical shape, it could be a very tough tournament for you. Let's take a look at the players. Let's start with the Masters tournament. Fantastic range of players. We'll look at the players and we'll look at actually the pairings. Maybe that's the easiest thing. So the first game is David Navarra against Anton Guijarro. David against David. No introductions really required for David Navarra, or I should say David Navarra, the Czech #1. He's been Czech #1 now for years and years and years, hasn't he?
Yes, I think I'm not sure who was ever close to him, or even I mean, Lasnica, if I pronounce it correctly, should be #2, and he got the closest to David maybe by a difference of 50 points. Could it be something like that?
Could be something like
650 or something like around this rating, if I remember correctly. But after Lastica, I'm not even sure who was the next closest candidate towards those two.
Not clear at all. I mean, David Navarra, when he was really at the top of his, at his peak, or let's say when he was playing his best, who knows if he's reached his peak, but he was a very strong 2730, 2740 grandmaster. He's rated only 2681, which feels like he's very undervalued at that rating. And he's playing against the Spanish superstar, David Anton Guijarro. David Anton, a good friend of mine, only 26 years old, 8-time Spanish champion, came second place in the European Classical and Blitz, actually, in 2014. He's had a bunch of fantastic tournaments, rated 2692. That's going to be a tough game for David Navarra. On the next board, we've got Nguyen against Magsudlu. Now, I don't know much about Van Nguyen, Lizzie. He's Czech. He's the youngest Czech grandmaster, rated 2610. Do you know much about him?
Well, actually, I know him quite a bit because we had been hanging out during the Grand Swiss tournament in Riga a lot, because he's also a very good friend of Shanzaya.
Okay.
And so we had been playing some dice games. And since I can't pronounce his name, we always call him Pad Thai.
Okay.
So that's the I mean, like, we ask him how to call him, and he says like it's Thai is fine, or like or Pat or one or whatever.
I think the correct pronunciation is Nguyen or Nguyen, something like that, because there are a lot of Nguyen's. So he's a young guy, nice guy, playing against the Armenian I beg your pardon, the Iranian superstar Parham Maghsoodloo. Obviously, with the departure of Alireza Firouzja, now playing under the French flag, it's Parham that's leading the way. Rated 27-16. I think he's put on a few points on his rating and leading the way for the Iranians. Parham, just a mega talent. He's going to be a one to watch for this tournament. The games have started, so we'll quickly go through the next pairings. Le Quang Liem playing against Sam Shankland. This is almost a battle of the Americans. Le Quang has been in the US for years now. He was World Blitz champion, super strong grandmaster out of Webster, St. Louis, 2709, playing against last year's winner, Sam Shankland. Sam, phenomenal talent, great theoretician, works extremely hard at his chess, 30 years of age, won the US championship, of course, in 2018, was Olympic gold medalist too. And with his rating of 2718, it feels like he might also be near his all-time high in terms of ELO. So Sam looking to repeat what happened last year. After that, we've got another very interesting pairing. We've got Salem from the United Arab Emirates, the greatest player ever from the Emirates. Rated 2679, was 2700. He's looking to get back there. And he's playing against a guy I know very, very well. And I'm glad to see him back at the board. Paco Vallejo from Spain. Took a long time off during COVID. Looks like he's coming back to chess now. Rated 2703, has been a top player for years and years and years. He'll be looking to put in a good performance. And then last but not least, it's the battle of the Indian stars on the board 5. It's Hari Krishna with the white pieces playing against Vidit, both super strong. Vidit rated 2723, only 28 years old, looking also to really put his mark on this tournament and make some separation between him and some of the younger Indian superstars who are crushing at the moment. We'll also have a look at the challenges in a moment, but perhaps what we can do first, Lizzie, is actually go to the games. That's, of course, if I can get them. What I'll do is maybe you can talk a bit about the challenges while I sort this out.
Okay, but I have to see who is in the challengers. I mean, I know one pairing because we have a German player in the challengers, our prodigy and, greatest talent of all times, Vincent Keimer. He's playing, let me lie to you, against Zbynek Hacek, so a player from Czech Republic. And to be honest, apart from this pairing, now I have to search where are the other pairings written, because I don't have it here, but I can fix that, and I will just use Google to help me. And Google helps me quickly.
Certainly does.
And I will tell you in a short moment who else is playing. It's the challengers, right?
Yes, in the challengers, exactly.
Yes, and now I also have the pairings. So I already said it's Vincent Keimer against Zbynek Hacek, a local player from Czech Republic. Then on the second board, it's not like a second board, but it's a second rank. It's Sashikaran Krishnan, another Indian player, against the young prodigy from the Netherlands, Max Vamadan, who is also in the team of Anish Giri, as far as I know, supporting him during very important events. Then we have Pichak Yergus. I'm not even sure from where he is, to be honest. He plays against Stoček Jiri. I think Stoček is a grandmaster from Slovakia. And we have, of course, our favorite guy. I mean, favorite guy, because lately he was in the news a lot of times because he won a lot of events lately. He has like his peak moment this year, I believe. It's Hans Niemann against
Abdusaturov.
Yes, yes. Let's call him Nordibeck. And he's actually the reigning world champion in rapids, which was quite amazing and surprising. He won the rapid world championship this year, and he beat in the KO system Nepomniachtchi, as far I remember, because I was there. And then the last but not least, it's Michalik Peter. I think this is another player from Czech Republic or Slovakia, I'm not sure. And he is playing against Chris Sarnowski Marcin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know him, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, an incredible lineup, anyways. So we're gonna work on getting the games.
But on Chess24, it's not transmitted, I guess, because something is not working.
Yeah, we're just trying to get the.
Let me check something. If it is working in general, or if it's a general problem.
It is working. So.
Yes, it is working.
Yes, it is. So that's very unusual. Let's see here. Okay. Can
we perhaps refresh?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Perhaps what you can do is maybe you can talk about the games very quickly and give your predictions, Lizzie, while I...
Okay. Try. Okay. Yes, 1 second. Let me just find the link to the games. So yes, some of the moves had already been played, and actually, as far I can tell from the time consumption of the players, David likely Navarra, who's playing against Anton, he should be surprised by the choice because he's spending time, even so it's a kind of semi-slop, I would say. So nothing really amazing happened in terms of novelties or anything. Then on the second board, the young prodigy from Czech Republic, I call him Van because the other pronunciation is going to be very hard. He has a kind of, oh Jesus Christ, I have to understand what opening is that. It's looking a little bit like the Greenfeld with reversed colors. It's rather like, I think, the English variation with D5. And also here, it's not like that anything surprisingly happened so far. Then on the third board, that was Lekang Liam against Shankland. And also here we have a kind of Tarrasch, I would say, but it's surprising Tarrasch with a queen on c2. I have to be honest, I have never seen it before with a queen on c2, but maybe the main idea could be simply to defend the pawn on c4, and this is well, not unlogical, especially when you want to use the setup with g3 bishop g2, which we know from the Catalan. Then actually it is quite common to place the queen on c2. One of the drawbacks placing the queen early on c2 could be that black, of course, will try to get his rook very fast on c8 and then try to use this opposition. So I'm not 100% convinced by the idea of queen c2, but we are going to see whether this is like a good setup and it will pay off or not. Then the next board, which was Salem, the strongest player from the Emirates, and he has a kind of Caro-Kann with e5, which is one of the, of course, sharpest replies in the Caricam, and c5 as a kind of reply instead of bishop f5 is a so-called variation where you want to avoid long theory. Of course, here's also a lot of theory, but this variation is, I would say, a little bit less dangerous, and maybe that's why Paco's Vallejo's choice here in his game against Salem. And last but not least, from the Masters tournament, the both Indian pairings here, at least I know what it is. It's a kind of Carlsbad structure, however, resulting from the move order of the Nimzo Indian. And the difference about the Carlsbad structure from the Nimzo Indian is mainly that here the bishop is not on g5. That would be, of course, much nicer. Here the bishop is placed behind. Harry put his bishop on d2. And okay, well, one of the main ideas in this kind of setup is, of course, to try to get pushed the pawn move to e4. So this is often prepared with f3, e4 ideas. So bishop d2, however, indicates perhaps to wait a little bit how black would place its pieces. Usually what often happens is that black would get the knight from b8 towards d7, f8, and g6. And for white, however, I believe still that Harry will castle short side, but sometimes, you know, like when you castle short side in this particular position, you have to be worried about bishop takes h2, king takes h2, knight g4 check, followed by queen h4. So this pattern is quite known. Here, I'm not 100% sure if it works, because the king could, in this case, still go to g3, but it is something to watch out for. Maybe this is also the reason for Hare Krishna to wait, because if you now place the knight to d7, then after you give a check on g4 with the other knight, at least I can attack it with king g3. But I'm, as I said, not very sure whether this trick works or not. However, Vidit decided to play b6, so he's waiting as well. He doesn't want yet to develop his knight from b8. And the other idea behind b6, which could like be not only the move c5, the pawn push, but also maybe the try of or the attempt of the exchange with bishop a6, because if you get rid of the white colored bishops, then at least, well, black got rid of his worst piece in terms of structure, and white would exchange his best, well, stallion, let's put it in a kind of metaphorical way. Yes, this was basically a small summary from the Masters tournament. Maybe as a side note, not everybody knows, Hare Krishna actually, he has been living in Prague already a couple of years. So this was just because, well, first of all, like he's married to an European woman, but second, of course, like since he wanted to play more tournaments and not travel very far from India, for him to be in Europe was, well, a better choice. Besides that, he's also like a very close friend of David Navarra, and together they had been training a lot and supporting each other. So that's why we can at least give here the notification that Harry didn't have a long trip, because he actually lives in Prague these days. So let's go maybe quickly as a summary towards the challengers. I will just get the games if I find them. So from the challengers, as well, most of the German fans would, of course, root for Vincent Keimer. He is now at, I think, one of his peak ratings with 2675. And of course, he wants to hit 2700. And well, we are actually all convinced that he may achieve this goal this year. He chose a kind of setup which is, well, very similar to the Catalan. If, for example, now he pushes c4, we would have a classical Catalan variation. And well, apart from that, he has a very long schedule ahead of him. He's now playing in Prague. Then he will play the closed tournament, I think, in Biel. And after Biel, we have the Olympiad. I'm not sure which board he will play for the Olympiad, but it could be that he's going to be our first board in the men's section. And yes, after the Olympiad, I believe there was something else, but I don't remember. Well, but what can I say? I mean, like, he's very young, he has a lot of power, and now he's at his absolutely, well, he's very good in shape. So we, the Germans especially, are expecting to see a lot from him in the next few months. Okay, let's go to board number 2. It's another Indian player, and this is very interesting in terms of opening theory, because we have a knight with queen takes b2, and after queen takes b2 there are some forced variations like with knight b3, which would result often in drawing positions. But here rook b1 is, I think, it's also of course one of the main moves besides knight b3, but rook b1 usually like is a kind of, well, signal that this is going to be a very, very sharp game. So what else do we have after Sashikaran against the young prodigy from the Netherlands, Max Wadderdam? We are in the game between PICF and Stoček, and now I see PICF's flag, I think. Oh, let me not lie to you, this could be a Croatian flag, a Serbian flag, not sure, but something from this region. And he's playing against Stoček. I think Stoček is one of the strongest Slovakian grandmasters. And this variation reminds me also on a Nimzo-Indian with e3. And yes, it's a typical Nimzo-Indian structure, actually. And here after the last move, rook e1, which indicates, first of all, some ideas to get back the bishop from c4 to f1. And another idea of rook e1 is obviously to push e4 at some moment. Let's go to the next game. And this next game was the pairing between Hans Molk Diemann, who is in absolutely great shape this year, because he has been winning, I think, the Open in Reykjavik, not sure, but he has been winning some tournaments lately, this I remember. And it's another Nimzo-Indian here, however, with a knight on e2. And well, the drawback about this setup is maybe that your bishop on c1 yet doesn't play. The big benefit is if that guy is going to play and take part in the battle, then actually the bishop pair can be very, very strong. He plays against the rapid world champion Nodibek from Uzbekistan, and also this is of course a very closed up match because the rating about both players are approximately the same. And on the not last board, because here are no board numbers, but the last pairing is Michalik, another player from Slovakia, against some young Polish player. And we got the boards finally. That's good news.
Sorry, I've been working on that for the past 15 minutes trying to get it to work. So I apologies for that, guys, but it seems as though we've got the boards now, so we can actually look at the games and see what's going on. So
and yes, I give some regards because now I can see the chat. Before I was too busy. Some regards, of course, to Schach Deutschland, to Germany, because they, of course, closely follow what's Vincent doing in this top event.
Sure.
And of course, also greetings back to my hometown, to Erfurt. The matches are happening in the great capital city of the Czech Republic, Prague, also known as the Golden City of Europe, because it has apparently a lot of golden buildings in the city center and around this area.
Indeed, indeed. It's a beautiful city, Prague. Great place to play, great place to to visit. Yeah, just enjoying. I've been there many times. I've not actually played in Prague, which is quite interesting. But
they will have the European Women's Championship this year in Prague, and to my big shame, I'm not playing.
Well, so it's the European Open Championship, you say?
No, it's the European Women's Championship in
European
Prague.
Women's Championship. Okay.
But women's, yes, to make it right by pronunciation. But somehow I believe that since I have to play a couple of more Grand Prix tournaments, this is going to be too much for my age. So I decided after the Olympia to have a rest instead.
Okay. All right.
So actually, we have a very interesting opening.
We have tons of interesting games. Yeah, where do you want to go first in the Masters, Lizzie?
Stay actually with Navarra, because this is like the very known variation with Bishop E2. The old actually main line, the old main line is nowadays, it was Knight E2. Here, of course, you have to be principled. If you play E4, then you should be prepared to know the opening well, because you sacrifice a pawn, and it's the same, of course, counts for black.
Yeah, so this opening here with E4, it was actually seen in Anand Carlsen in the World Championship match, I believe, if I'm not going insane, in one game where it went takes, Bishop B4 check, but I believe here Knight C3 was played.
Yes, Knight C3 is one of the sidelines, and there was also Kramnik doing something like funny at some point in this opening, but I'm not even sure which, if it was here C5, but there was some very interesting ideas connected to this line. But David is very principled. I mean, David Navarra is very principled, and he's right to be principled and to play Bishop D2, which is, according to modern theory, the most popular reply. Yeah,
and as you said, Lizzie, this is a line where you deliberately give up a pawn. So after Bishop D2, black can take on D4. And when you take the bishop, you now take on E4 with check. And now white should block with the bishop on E2. So
Knight
white
E2,
is currently a pawn.
Knight E2 was like the old main line before the computers got very strong, just to add this here, but Bishop E2 is a modern reply.
It is, yeah. And the reason why white can sacrifice the pawn, of course, is because there are a lot of dark squared weaknesses in the position. I'll put them as red. And of course, if you're not careful, the queen can enter the position and cause all kinds of damage. So black really needs to be very well prepared here. And it's really interesting that Anton has tried this line. I don't actually believe that he's played this before. I don't remember him ever playing this line as black, but he plays the main line, which is to gain a tempo hitting this bishop. And then when I was growing up, Lizzie, that this was the big decision, where to put this bishop. Do you put it on C3? You can put it on A5.
A5, yes, I remember.
Or you put it on D6, and David Navarro, who's a theoretician, who's very knowledgeable, decides to put it on D6. Of course, when you put the bishop on D6, now there is no threat to come in with the queen. So it gives black a tempo, and David Anton just says, all right, I'll take another pawn, thank you. And here comes a brilliant move by David Navarra, which is to play the move Queen to D2. Now, Lizzie, this is where we start. Remember, and I want to remind everybody in chat, we're not using an engine. We're not using an engine. So Queen takes H1, presumably, I mean, I can see a very convincing variation already, but my assumption is that the move Queen G5 is very strong here.
Yes, this is one of the moves I was worried about, because you attack G7 and then there is some ideas connected not only to getting the rook back, but also maybe to Queen F8 check, long castle, and mating somewhere on the D file, I guess. So
also, just Bishop F3, right, threatens to win the queen because this bishop protects this pawn. So Bishop F3 looks strong. I mean, this actually just looks like losing. And you can never run with the king because, as you correctly said, suddenly, black's position falls apart. So it seems impossible to take this rook. There's no way that David Navarro plays queen d2
Queen D2.
quickly. Yeah, exactly. So after queen d2, David Anton came back with the queen to e4. So this is very interesting.
Well, this
And-
makes sense, no?
Absolutely it does. Yeah.
Because after queen g5, I can reply with queen g6.
Right.
I guess
So
this is the reason.
and you're trying to block everything, right?
Yes, I mean, if I exchange the queens, I would be happy to be 2 pawns up, right?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. So this is very interesting. And I am going to just double check some of these lines because I am fairly curious. And I know a lot of people will be curious as well from the chat. Now, the move queen e4 played here by David Anton.
It's a novelty?
On move 10 is, as far as I can see, a pure novelty. For years, they used to play the move knight to f6, and then after bishop f3 to retreat the queen back to g6. And after castle's queenside, as you can imagine, white has got fantastic compensation for the 2 pawns, but black was doing okay. So the move queen e4 played very, very quickly here by David Anton is, in fact, a novelty. And it may be a very serious one if it's the best move. And in fact, it seems as though it's completely fine. Interesting. There's also a move in these lines, Lizzie, that I want to talk about because it's a move that always fascinated me. I think I saw Simon Williams or some exciting grandmasters used to play it a lot. And that's the move bishop f8. Maybe not in this position, but in similar positions, you can play bishop f8, simply attacking this pawn, and king takes f8 runs into queen d8 mate. And that is, yes, very, very unfortunate. But of course, against bishop f8, black can protect, can go here or here. I wonder if that's a move that David Navarre is considering. But queen e4, the reason he's stopped is because queen e4 is a pure novelty, and it could be a very significant theoretical novelty. David Anton is a big, big theoretician. He really works at the lines that look a little bit more
Dutchy?
yeah, they're edgy. He's an edgy player. He plays a lot of these lines. So I'm very curious how that will continue. Now, where should we go next? Where do you think?
We can just use the lineup and go for the second board. I mean, not second board, but in our list, the second board.
Yep. So we can look at Nguyen against Magsudlu, a much more calm affair. It started out with a symmetrical English, and now the move d5, very popular. Of course, there are many moves here, but you know, knight c6, e6, b6, g6, you name it. There's a bunch of moves, but Parham goes for the center. And here, Nguyen plays the very reserved g3. I've commentated on many games that start e4 here. I remember at the London Chess Classic years ago, there was a whole bunch of games which featured this fantastic line: knight b4, bishop c4, knight d3 check, king e2, knight f4 check, king f1, and knight e6. There was a bunch of Aronian and MBL games.
But this is very dangerous for black, no?
Very dangerous position for black. Black's given up a lot of time, and he claims that the king is badly placed. And I vaguely remember the move b4 suddenly being very strong. So we don't see that from Nguyen. He doesn't decide to go for the complications. Instead, he plays the move g3, which is, of course, also very reasonable. Knight c6, bishop g2. And now Parham plays a move. Again, this is a system that I used to play all the time as a junior. Knight c7, and after castles to get the Maroczy bind. We say Maroczy, you know. We say Maroczy.
And knight c7, for example, like has also like the idea that when you have the structure of the Maroczy, you have space advantage. When you have space advantage, you don't want to exchange pieces, because when you have more space, your opponent obviously has less space. And then, of course, for your opponent to exchange pieces is quite helpful. So one of the ideas of knight c7 here, it's similar with reverse colors, that after d3, bishop d2, one of the main lines could be to take on d5 and to get the bishop to c3, get rid of pieces. So knight c7 is super prophylactical already against the plan for white here to exchange some pieces.
Exactly. Now white has got a decision about what to do, and Win plays a very standard
b3.
A very standard move, the move b3. Very, very natural move, looking to get the bishop. So he's got the double fianchetto, which makes a lot of sense, but black is extremely solid. And so it's going to be interesting to see exactly what Win does. I always felt, Lizzie, that in these positions, well, apart from, your standard rook c1, knight e4, knight a4 targeting this pawn and this pawn, I always felt that I think it was Nakamura years ago who found this fantastic idea of going e3.
3 and d4, right?
Not just d4, but somehow finding a way to play f4 as well in this particular structure. I don't know if it was e3, knight e1, f4, something like that. It was very, very interesting.
But it only works with reverse colors, which means, like, since we are now playing against the Maroczy bind with white, we are tempo up, because I remember if you have the opposite position, like with opposite colors, then the move b6 for black is considered not to be a good choice playing against the Maroczy bind. But here with white being a tempo up, as you are having the white pieces, the idea of b3 should be okay in this case, because we have a move simply up.
Yeah, it's a move which, it's going to be really interesting to see how it develops. So we'll let that one stir. Let's go to the next game, Lequan Liem against Sam Shankland. So Sam Shankland, winner from last year, scored an amazing score, actually, Lizzie. 5.5 out of 7 last year. Incredible score. Gaining, I don't know how many points, probably like 20 points or something. And he's playing against somebody he will know very well, because they both live in the US. They must have played many games together. So Lequan with white plays his normal d4, and we have a Queen's Gambit declined, and already on move 4, an interesting little move.
Yes, because if you play g3, you get a Catalan, but Queen c2 fits in the position of the Catalan, but somehow it's still a little bit awkward. And I think, like, the reply of Sam makes perfectly sense to push c5, because when you expose your queen on a semi-open file, and this file is going to be semi-open in most cases, then of course it makes sense to get a rook on c8 as well, and to use or exploit the fact that white decided to bring the queen in the early stage.
But just to give you guys an idea of how rare this move is, just checking at the database, the move Queen c2 has only been played 688 times in my online database, out of something like 500,000 games. Okay, this move is incredibly rare. I'm curious who has played it. It is a favorite, here you go, Lizzie, of 2 grandmasters, Ryazantsev and Rachmanov, both two Russian grandmasters. These guys have been playing this move on a number of occasions. Dubov has also tried it. Dreyev has tried it.
So it's a Russian recipe.
It's a Russian recipe, exactly. And it's an interesting move, isn't it? Because you are basically saying, look, I want to get a favorable version of a Catalan where I don't have to worry about winning my pawn back.
Yes, I can actually even give the reason why. Because if you play g3, for example, like instead of queen c2, then there are lines connected with d takes c4 and b5 at some point, which lately became like very popular. Knight c6 and rook b8 is one idea. The other idea, however, is to play bishop e7 and after castle. What became very modern, maybe with a different move order, is like to take on c4 and then to play b5. And this lately became quite fashionable for black. So this could be one of the reasons with queen c2 to simply avoid that.
Yeah, it's a very, I'm actually kind of surprised that we've not seen it more, because it's such a logical move. But I do like Sam's reaction. I think it's very principled to play the move c5 here, to strike out at the center when the queen is, let's say, slightly misplaced on c2, because it's not controlling d4. So I do like this move a lot. And what happened next? So c5, there was a trade on d5 and a trade on d4. So this must be a lot of Sam's work at home to play like this. And I guess the point is that after pawn takes e6, which was not played, you can simply play bishop takes e6, knight c6,
and you have
rook
very
c8.
dynamic, strong initiative and compensation, of course. So yes, it also makes sense. I mean, just by logical means, once the queen moves to c2, you lose a little bit control in the center. So it's very natural, not even like preparing it at home or not, to capture on d4, because you are weak in the center. And of course, when you're like unstable or weak, it's always a good strategy to exploit that. So I'm not surprised by the move c5. It's trying to exploit the fact that the queen is like exposed on the c file, but also then to capture on d4 makes perfectly sense, because you have less stability on d4, and to lose stability in the center is always something where you have to be very careful about.
Absolutely. Well, the game kind of continued peacefully, because there was a take on d4, and now Sam just said, I'm going to take on d5, no problem. And to be honest, I'm not very convinced by White's opening at all. I think this has been a successful opening for black.
Yeah, black has no issues.
And now you have to be careful with White. For example, after a move like e4, suddenly the move knight b4 comes, and all of a sudden there are threats. You might survive here just with White, but you
mean like queen a4 check is the only move?
Well, no, I thought you could go queen c4 still, because
because
b4,
you have they have the capture on c8, right?
But even still, I mean, it looks so weird.
It looks wrong.
To play like this. Yeah, it looks wrong. It looks like it can be punished. Maybe some e5, bishop e6 idea. I mean, I would be really scared. So I completely understand Le Quan's move here, a3, stopping any knight b4. I
mean, knight b4 is objectively still working, right? But it probably wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah, well, no, you can take, because c8 is c8
is hanging. Yes, okay.
Yes, so we can't go knight b4. So bishop e7 is very natural. Pawn to e4, knight to f6, and now the knight is on pre, so the knight comes back. Very standard. And bishop d7 by Sam. Also a move I like very much. He is preparing knight c6.
And rook c8,
yeah, rook c8. He's not allowing any pins, and I really think that this is
fine.
Yeah, it's just toothless for White. I don't think this has been successful. Let's go to the next game. We've got the game Salem against Vallejo, and it is
it's a Caro-Kann with the variation of c5. I'm not sure how it's called, but it's usually a kind of, it's not the main modern reply with bishop f5, but it avoids a lot of really sharp openings. That's why c5 is one of the escape lines, let's put it this way, in the Caro-Kann, to avoid big theory battles.
Indeed. And so the advanced, which is one of the most popular moves against the Caro-Kann. I played it in my last tournament. And and as you said, this move c5, a very double-edged, and very much in the style of Paco Vallejo. You know, Paco also has never been really a mainstream mainline player. He's always finds interesting sidelines. But my understanding was that this variation was not doing too well for black. My understanding was when I did some research that white was doing well, and white plays the best move, which is to take. And now the move e6, trying to win this back. And here, Salem actually plays what looks like a fairly unusual line, the move c3.
Of course, a3 is one of the main lines.
A3 right? is really a popular line. Dominguez has been doing very well in these lines with a3, with the idea of meeting bishop c5 with a quick b4. I don't know, I can't even remember if it's now. Sometimes you can also play a very quick queen g4, hitting this pawn in French style. But the move c3, which I'm going to actually take a look at, is not very popular at all, as far as I remember.
I've seen it before, and maybe in my childhood I tried it, but
it's really unpopular. Again, to give some context, it's been played 21 times out of something like 5,000 games. It's incredibly rare. It's incredibly rare. So bishop d3 is very popular here. A3, knight f3, simply bringing the piece out, but c3, extremely rare. So let's see if there's anybody who played it. A few good players have played it. Fedoseev, Boccaturo, Fedorchuk. So some top players have played it. And the idea is after knight c6 to now play bishop f4, protecting the pawn, bishop takes c5, and now a quick b4. I really think we're in kind of a completely new position here almost. One game. There's the game Burchert against Konstantin Lander from 2016 that is played like this. Okay, so we're
okay, it's a kind of French structure now because we have the typical French bishop on c8, and before might have two main ideas. First of all, like we have b5 at some moment ready in case we get too much pressure on the pawn e5. Other ideas could be, of course, just to take some space and maybe like not to get into like issues with queen b6 and a5 or something, I could imagine.
Yeah. This move b4 is a very typical move and a very interesting strategic move because you make this bishop make a decision. Do you want to come back here, which is the most natural move on the board, or do you want to come back here? This is why Paco is thinking, because there is some merit to coming back to e7. For example, you know, if white now tries queen g4, typical response here would be g5 by black, and this bishop helps this pawn, followed by h5, and you've got a fantastic French. So that's why Paco is thinking, if bishop back to b6, which you know has to be the main move here.
How you react after queen g4?
Yeah, you could go queen g4 anyway, right? I guess.
And you can go g5 here.
You want to go g5 anyway, huh?
When I mean,
wow.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
Very
I mean, like, not sure it works, but it's interesting.
Takes like this is what you want, or
no, yes, but here I think if you exchange the queens, black is fine.
You think white is fine?
No, black is fine. Black is fine.
Yeah, I think isn't black doing amazing? I mean, we're threatening this.
Okay, you have to take on b6, but the pawn structure is much better for black.
Yeah, this is a disaster for white.
I wouldn't yet call it a total disaster, but yes, it's not what white should aim for. But you know, bishop e7 has the drawback that I can't get my knight to e7. And if you get the knight to h6, I may take it and have queen h5. That's also one of the disadvantages if you go to e7. And if you go to f8, then you lose a lot of time.
Yeah, I don't like bishop f8. I don't think that's going to happen. I think there's a good chance we see bishop b6.
This is probably what I would prefer as well if I have no idea what to do.
Yeah, and now Salem, I think you just got to get some pieces out. What about just bishop d3?
Yes, bishop d3 makes sense.
And the point is, if you go d4, now I can go d5, hitting the knight.
And then I have c4, like keeping control of the square d5. it's always a good strategy to try to keep as many squares in the center controlled as possible, because as I said, central control is very important in general, not to lose too many squares.
Absolutely, yeah. So this could be a very, very interesting game. I mean, this has got the makings of a very, very dynamic battle. Let's go to the final game that we haven't looked at yet, which is the All Indian clash, Hari Krishna against Vidit. And we have a theoretical, a very popular, fashionable line of the Nimzo Indian 4e3, which is really slowly becoming even a main line, I would say.
You think even over Queen C2 and
I mean, it's being played at such a frequency at top level that for me, it's becoming a modern main line where White just gets his pieces out in a normal way. Black tries to take the center. This has all been played a lot. And after d5, takes. Now White kicks this bishop, which is, again, very, very standard. The bishop decides to stay on the board. d6, I think you can go back to e7. You can also take.
But if you take on c3, you should quickly move b6, bishop a6, and try to exchange that guy. And usually this doesn't work. And then there are a lot of ideas with f3, e4 at some point. So this is always, I don't know how it's called, but yes, it's quite dangerous from the positional point of view for Black, I would say.
Exactly. Yeah, you've got to time that trade very, very well. So you're absolutely right. And so Bishop d6 was Vidit's decision, which I like. And now Queen c2, also a very standard move in these positions, controlling e4, looking down here. Black also plays very standard, c6. And now the knight comes to e2 for the reasons Lizzie just said, is that the knight is more flexible on e2 than f3. Sometimes you want to play f3, e4. And that's exactly what we see almost. Vidit plays rook e8, bishop to d2 now by Hari Krishna.
No, I was wondering before, because while you were fixing the technical issues, actually, if White can go short castle and if bishop takes h2 is working. I was wondering about this, but I didn't know, because bishop d2 is a move like I'm waiting, because you don't need that move. It's not like the bishop d2 is improving a lot on the position, because the rook is anyway not going to c1. The rook at some point might be used for b4, b5 ideas. So bishop d2 is a sort of clever like waiting move, but I was wondering what he was waiting for, and I was wondering if castle actually works.
So this is the move that Lizzie's been talking about, the so-called Greek gift, where you give up a piece in order to try and mate White. It does look bad if the king comes back here. I mean, this actually looks like mate, no?
At least it's a draw if I want to.
It's a draw at least, but I mean, we even have the rook ready, for the lift. So for me, this looks like one of
over, I guess, because you have queen h4, queen h2, queen h1. There's
knight g1.
Yes, but still it looks not good, because we can take the rook on e1 actually.
We could take the rook.
Maybe rook e1 was not the cleverest choice.
Yeah, no, we probably rook d1 is better.
Yes, but still.
Yeah, this looks like one of those.
It's mate, because knight f4, rook h6, and if knight h3, we can take and mate.
Oh no, this guy is still here.
This guy is still there. Good that you see that.
But
I have
maybe
queen
you can
no. I have queen c3. Like after knight h3, I play queen c3, and you will not be able to defend. No.
Knight h3, queen g3.
Yes.
King g1, and now I can just take.
I take, but I have the piece back, and then I have rook h1 mating threats.
Yeah, it's at least a draw for Black, isn't it? So you can't allow this, which is why Hari Krishna.
No, but you have king g3. This is what I was wondering.
King g3.
Yes, this is what I was wondering about, and here I didn't have the answer. And then I thought like maybe like if I play bishop d2 and wait for knight bt7, this could be a game changer because g4 in this moment is hanging. So I thought like maybe like Harry plays bishop d2 to wait for knight e7 perhaps. But even after king g3, I'm not totally sure whether this is enough compensation.
Something like queen g5, and now you can play f4, perhaps queen h5, looking to come in here. But it's not actually mate. If queen h2 is played, then king f3, and I don't see mate. It's one of those very complicated Greek gifts where you just need to calculate. But anyway, this couldn't happen because Harry said, let's forget about it. I'll go bishop e2. Vidit played b6, again, very standard move. And now Harry decided to go f3 immediately, after which Vidit played the very principled move c5, which I like very much, immediately attacking the center. I don't know if c4 is ever a move. It might be in some positions, but white has got bishop f5.
Yes, but I mean, like also, yes.
Sorry, I mean, Harry's next move looks extraordinarily strange to me here. b4, I mean...
Okay, he wants to get an isolated pawn, but even if he provokes an isolated pawn, the isolated pawn is especially in this case not as bad because you played f3 and e3 is also not the safest guy on the planet, right?
Yeah.
So, well,
so what's his main idea here? His main idea is that after c takes b4, he wants to go knight b5, I assume.
Well, if you take on b4, then he has the total control in the center, and this is for sure a guarantee for compensation. So I think c takes b4 is not the issue.
Okay. What do you think is the main move here?
Well, I would ignore it and maybe just develop my pieces. I mean, question, can I play knight d7 or do I have to worry?
Knight d7?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a move, isn't it?
It's a move.
Do I have some knight b5 here?
Okay, but if knight b5, like even if I go, let's say bishop b8 looks more natural than bishop f8 because I want my knight on f8 at some point.
So if I just take a pawn.
And yes, this could be that here you would just take a pawn and well.
If black doesn't have anything, I mean, I know knight e5 exists and so on, but it is a pawn, and I put a knight on d4 and...
No, here you're right. Maybe bishop f8 then has to be played, but if I play bishop f8, then I cannot swing my knight around, which could, but on the other hand, like what you want on b5 on a long stage. Okay, you want to take twice and play knight d4 perhaps.
That's what I was thinking, but if you win my bishop, so if I take, you go knight takes.
Yes, I might take your bishop, but still I have a better pawn structure. And if, okay, but maybe now I can play a5 and get my bishop to a6. I mean, first I take on d3 and then something like a5. So maybe this should be fine then for black if I can get my bishop to a6.
a4, bishop a6, knight b4. Something like this is certainly a line, maybe. Maybe white still has some control here though, right? I mean, a little bit of, if this knight comes to d4, I would probably still take white. Yes,
I mean, positionally speaking, white is doing better, but from the bishop pair and the dynamical point of view, black should be more or less fine. But it's hard to judge because, I mean,
really hard.
The thing is also Hari Krishna is a very, very positional player and Vidit is a very, very sharp player. This could actually be one of the reasons why Hari tries to keep it as little as possible sharp or dynamic. So b4 could be an indication for going for rather positional positions.
Yeah, it's a very interesting move. I haven't actually really seen it before, so I'm kind of curious how that one will go. Okay. Now, even though the Masters is our main event, perhaps we should just keep an eye on the challenges, because you went through a list of the players while I was setting things up, Lizzie, but my God, I can tell you some of my favorite players in the world are playing in this challenges. For example, Hans Niemann. I mean, this young man here has been just
doing very great this year. He's having the year of his life, as far I know from the chess point of view. He's doing really, really good.
I mean, let's put things into perspective. Hans Niemann was 2460 at the beginning of Corona. He's now close to 2680. And that's when it was not easy to play tournaments.
How did he do that?
I don't know. He's a genius. He is truly an exceptional talent. I think his rating right now is
670 or 80 or something, right?
2684 live. So if he has a really good tournament, he goes over 2700 suddenly. It's a really unbelievable story. He is only,
how old is he now?
He is only
19.
18. He's 18 years old. It's truly exceptional.
But who is he training with?
I have no idea about his life. I know he's a funny guy. He's, I'm just excited to see him. He plays openings that I love. And he's playing today against another superstar.
That's true. It's the reigning world champion.
Yep. He won the Rapid World Championships. Yeah. I think it was Rapid, not Blitz, right? Yeah, I think it's Rapid.
I think we have at least 3 top players from the under 20 section in this tournament, maybe more, but I know it's this pairing and it's Vincent, of course. And I'm not sure who's actually number 1 by rating, but by age, I think Vincent should be 17 and turning 18 in November. Hans, you said, is 18. Not sure he turns 19 or not. About Nordibek, I don't know. But
Nordibek is 17.
So he's the same age like Vincent. I'm not sure by year. It would be just interesting how much difference they have by birth year. Because
I think it's like 1 year difference only, basically. Anyway, they're all superstars and they're all very, very young. And well, I won't go through the full game here, but it's it was a very, very talking about 4e3, right? Yeah, I mean, it's we got exactly the same opening this time. Niemann goes for the older main line instead of taking here first. He plays this, and this gives the opportunity for Abdusattorov to play this and now take on c4, winning a tempo and playing c5, knight e2. Knight c6 here is a very common move, but b6 also.
And queen c7, bishop b7. It's actually quite dynamic, and black is doing okay here, as far as I remember.
Yeah, and black, as you said before, he's getting in this bishop a6 to trade the bishops. You do allow white to expand in the center, but you're extremely solid here with black. All your pieces connected. You tend to believe that white's advantage is tiny in this position. I mean, it really feels like not very much for white.
Well, also it's important that black got rid of 1 bishop, because if you play against the bishop pair, it's always good to split the bishops as quick as possible to kill a little bit of the dynamics. And here also, like by structure, white has to be careful, because in means of structure, he is a little bit weaker on the white squares. So this is one of the positional drawbacks, playing this line against an Nimzo Indian. On the other hand, he has space advantage, which is some of the pluses in this kind of position. Yet here, what you would prefer, white or black? I mean, the position is, of course, about equal. It's just, I mean, by style and by taste.
I actually think I would prefer black slightly.
Me too, yes. No, it's not weird, because actually, like, black has a better structure. So if white is not showing anything in terms of a space advantage and maybe a little bit better activity, or having a bishop which is not doing badly on the diagonals, it's a risky position from the positional point of view.
Yeah, totally agree. totally agree. So when you don't get much from these structures, it's not that exciting to play. There is one very exciting game going on in this section, which is involving another player that I have huge admiration for, Max Warmerdam. He's not as well known as some of the other young players. He's over 2,600. Dutch
How old
player.
is he?
Max Warmerdam.
19, 20, something like that.
Let me double check here. 22. So he's a young guy, 22 years old. He's rated 2613. And of course, if you're a big chess fan, you'll know him from, well, he wins some tournaments himself, of course, but you'll really know him because he was Jordan van Forest's second when Jordan won Vaikanze a couple of years ago. So Max Warmerdam, full of interesting ideas.
He's also in the team of Anish Giri, if I'm not mistaken,
he
right?
he must be in the Dutch team as well. Yeah, in the Anish Giri team. Super talented player, really interesting theoretician. And Krishnan Sashikiran playing the white pieces. Krishnan often gets overlooked. He actually won a tournament not so long ago. I think it was it Reykjavik he won, or he won?
No, Reykjavik was won by Hans, I thought, no?
I could be. I mean, Krishnan did win a tournament. I can't remember which one. Krishnan Sashikiran has been around since I was a young guy.
Yes, he's one of the older Indian players, even though he's not old, he must be in the 30s. But yes, compared to the younger generation of all these kids like Prag, Nihal, and well, they're Gukesh. I'm not even sure how many of these kind of kids they have in India who are like 26 plus, but I think they have a lot.
Well, I mean, they have a ton. And by the way, they are playing the they are hosting the Olympiad.
So they're playing in 3 teams, I suppose, right?
And I guess they're going to play at least 2 teams, but probably 3. And the second team, imagine who you have on that second team, all of these incredibly gifted young Indian. And maybe Krishnan actually will play in the second team, probably.
They showed the lineup on Instagram at some point, but I forgot it. I might check if I find it, because I think I have read about the line. I mean, I've read about a lot of lineups and surprises in a lot of teams.
Yeah. In any case, Krishnan, super talented, experienced player, but he's now in a position where he's taking his time. And what that means to me is that he either didn't expect this particular variation. Just so we're clear, we have a Najdorf Sicilian and the old poisoned pawn, because the new poisoned pawn is including this move h6 and then queen b6.
That's true. But then you can never take on b2.
Well, it depends, but certainly the difference now with this bishop able to come back to f2 is a really big difference. And Fabiano had that brilliant game years ago at the London Chess Classic against Hikaru, where he sacrificed. I mean, it was a glorious game if you really want to know how to play this. But the old poisoned pawn main line, well, we get to this position after queen d6, queen d2, takes rook b1, queen a3. And in this position here, the surprising thing, of course, is that once again, when I was growing up, it was a case of which pawn do you move? For years and years, was it e5 or was it f5? But Krishnan just gets on with development with bishop e2, which has to be a computer-assisted line, because again, here for years, f5 or e5.
I'm not 100% sure what was more modern, but I think e5 led to a lot of really spicy positions, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm not an expert at all in this line, so I'm going to see if there has been any games with bishop e2, because it's extraordinarily rare. I've certainly never commentated on it. It's not so rare. Fabi played it against MBL. Durabaili has played it. Not been played by a lot more top players, though. It has to be said. Michal Tal played bishop e2 in the 80s.
So it's a kind of reverse of old fashionable theory.
Yeah, absolutely. And against bishop e2, bishop e7 is one of the main lines. and now e5, which is very interesting because, of course, the question now is, who has this benefited? Has e5 has this benefit?
The logic, I think, is because you can now exchange e7, and you might play on the weak black squares, like the square on d6, for example. So one of the ideas of bishop e2 is to wait for bishop e7.
Right. But the queen does protect it, no? I mean, you know, for example, after the game takes knight f7, if you take, I'm very happy to just take with the queen, aren't I? And then I'm ready to get castled.
Yes, and actually you're over the...
No, but we see Krishnan's idea. Look at this. h4. I mean, this is wonderful.
And if you castle now, I have rook b3, and you can like get some material. Is this the reason? Queen c5 has to be played, because I think if you take on g5, you're mated on h7.
Yes. I mean, this has to be just, I mean, you can't play like this as black. You're gonna get crushed. So
yes.
Queen c5.
And then knight e4.
Knight e4. This is the old way. You used to be no, now you drop the bishop. Sorry.
Yes, but even if you drop the bishop, it's not over yet, because it's just the exchange you drop, because I take on e4. I wouldn't say it's over yet.
That's actually true. Unless this queen is getting in trouble, because I can play rook e3 here, for example.
And if I take on g2?
Oof!
Well, you are invited to play bishop f3.
Yeah. Wow.
And rook h3, but I have to check on g1.
h3?
Yes, something like that.
Bishop f1.
Yes, and the rest
could go wrong.
The rest we leave for the players.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it feels like, no, you can't play like this, surely. With this is like, because the queen takes e5 lines exist in the main line with e5, but this looks like a much better version for white. So I just don't believe you can play like this.
Yes, I mean, by intuition, you're totally right. Just, I mean, I wanted to explain why castling might not work. Or what might be the issue of the idea of h4 is to be happy opening up the h file in case black castles, but also to keep the pressure on e7 exchange.
No, I absolutely love the move. And we now see Varmadam's idea with bishop to b4. Now, this for me, I mean, you need to know this position inside out. If you don't know this, actually, and apparently Max has spent 30 minutes on this move. So that's an indication for me that he's out of book. But I would be, okay, let me put it like this. I would never play like this as black. Firstly, I think this, this is just not my style to grab these pawns. But I mean, this just looks incredibly dangerous. With this move h4, my heart wants to go rook h3 here. And protect like this. And just move my king to f1 or g1. I mean,
yes, you have a lot of advantage, connected to the development, but if you don't get through.
Yeah, but if you don't get through, you do just have a bad position. Maybe black can just castle. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks actually, by intuition, it looks fine to me.
I don't know. Let's see what Krishnan decides to do, because it's a position which requires a lot of.
Let's go to Vincent, please.
Yeah, let's see the German #1 now, Lizzie.
Yes, I think he's #1 by a few points ahead of Matthias Bübaum, if I'm not mistaken.
He is, and obviously, an incredible talent. He had that fantastic tournament a few years ago at the Grenka Open, where he won the Open tournament and then qualified for the main. And around that time, he started, well, maybe it was even before he started working with Peter Lecko, right? Something around that time. And Peter has obviously done an amazing job, because Well, Peter knows more about chess than pretty much anybody I've ever commented on chess with. I mean, Peter just knows everything about this game. He's just got so many years of experience, and clearly those years of experience have helped Vincent, because Vincent is now rated 2675 and he's 17 years old. I mean, when was the last time a German was rated 2675 and was 17?
Well, Neidich was, I think, not so far away, to be honest.
Okay, Neidich. Yeah, it could be Neidich. Yes, Neidich. Of course, you could say born in Germany. When was the last time a German-born player was this strong?
That's true. I mean, Neidich came to Germany when he was 8 or 7 or 9 or something like that. But yes, a born German. Well,
maybe we have to go all the way back to Hübner or something like this. You know,
no, okay. Hübner is like, well, he's a prodigy. I mean, not a prodigy is a wrong word. He's a legend.
Yes.
He's a legend because he was, I think, from all the players, the closest to achieve the world championship title ever. Okay, I don't, of course, count Emanuel Lasker now. I just mean
yeah, that's true.
From the
or we could go all the way back. Actually, Steinitz was...
No, Steinitz wasn't a German.
He was Austrian, right?
This I don't know, but I think like Lasker was our German guy.
Yeah. No, I think Steinitz was Austrian, but the empire at the time...
Okay, at this time it was a big and a small German empire, so it was...
yes.
Yes.
I think even Steinitz was born in Prague. If I
mean, like, I think he was a Jewish, but not sure where he was born.
Yeah. Anyway, Vincent Keimer clearly is leading the way for Germany. His style is a style which is so mature and beyond his years. You know?
Yes, he's very positional player, but okay, if you have been trained by Leko, it's not surprising because Leko is not a very dynamic person like Shirov. I mean, it's probably like if I want to bring a player up who is absolutely opposite of Leko, I would call Shirov probably. So Vincent is also much more solid in terms of style. He's not in the route of Shirov and players like this category. Also, knight f3 indicates not like a very sharp approach, right?
Yeah, and he just goes for a reti, very popular system. And Hracek, who's famous Czech grandmaster, extremely experienced, plays the very fashionable knight to d7, and after d4 played by Vincent, because the point is if you go bishop g2, e5, and black claims that he's got a good position because he's got the center. So white stops that. And the most popular move at the moment is this very odd looking knight to b6. This has been played in a bunch of top tournaments. We've seen Magnus play against it recently. It's a strange looking move, but the idea is you want to stop white playing some kind of,
Catalan with c4, right?
Exactly, that you can get some kind of favorable Catalan with white.
And so that's what happens.
Yeah, the knight b6 is very, very popular, but Hracek says, no, I don't need to. I'm just going to develop my pieces. e6, and now a4 by Keimer. And I have to say, I really love the move. It's a very, very deep positional move, and it's clearly a move that he would have worked on. The idea is that he's playing against this knight on d7. If the knight ever comes out, you come a5. And even as what happens in the game when you react in the center with c5, white can just castle. There's not a lot of pressure on the center, b6. And now at the right moment, you can go a5. So this simple pawn move is going to cause this black queen side some trouble.
The question is, like, do I have time to lose a tempo playing knight b8, knight c6 back? Probably not, right?
It's just so
too much, right?
It's
too much, right?
So much. Yeah, and now we get that kind of Catalan. And not only do we get it, but Vincent assaulting Hracek from the start, bishop b7, takes, and now using the pawn with a5. And not only putting it on a5, but putting it on a6. And after bishop c6, now knight to e5. And Hracek already in big danger, in my opinion, because
You think it's so bad?
well, I mean, I don't know the objective evaluation here, but what do? I'm threatening your bishop. After takes, you now have only got
94 now?
yeah, but you're not blundering anything here, no?
Not yet. But this is the only reply. Otherwise, if I allow you to take the bishop on c6, I'm just like suffering
Sure, yeah.
like for ages. I mean, you can try f3, knight g5, f4, but then I go back to e4 and
yeah, that doesn't. What about if I go f3, knight g5, takes, f4, bishop e7, knight c3?
that
Just
is
wins.
annoying.
That just wins, no?
That's very annoying. Yes, I agree.
Knight e5, takes, knight e4, f3, knight g5 forced.
It's all forced. You have
It's
no
all
way
forced.
out.
That's it. I mean, if this comes on here, it's game over.
Yes, but this is not the game yet, right? I think
This is not the game, but my point is, Lizzie, that if you can't, well, I mean, you can take on e5
and play knight d7.
Knight d7.
Yes, but probably after knight d7, I have time like for f4 and it's
yeah, f4. And now I'm
and
threatening this.
knight b8.
Knight b8?
Well, I'm trying to defend because now I can at least play d4 if you play knight c3.
My goodness. Knight c3, d4.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the right way, though. Maybe this is. But even strategically, a position like this, I would be.
No, but this is the only way I see because I think you
Maybe.
cannot allow to the capture on c6.
But this just look. I mean, knight e4 and just go. I just. You can't even move this knight.
Wait a second.
Okay.
I wanted to call you Winston. Sorry.
Okay.
Can I play f5 here?
Woof. You can, but okay. And if I.
Well, if you don't take, then I think it will be fine.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll take.
Bishop takes f6.
Okay. Queen b3, e3.
Okay, e3 is not like so dangerous yet.
Yeah,
right?
queen b3.
Queen b3 is a move which is honestly speaking a bit more annoying. But let's say I play queen e7.
You just want to hang on, but you can't.
Queen e7.
Queen e7. Sorry.
Queen e7. I mean, at least I should make some moves which have some impact. Because if I split up the bishop pair and you exchange on g2, you can be in trouble.
Okay, let me give you an idea. I take.
Okay, queen takes.
Is this an idea?
Yes, I mean, of course, like if I can play f5, you can play also such moves like e4. Yeah.
I mean, this just looks horrific to me.
Yes.
For black. I mean, it just and we, of course we're just freestyling here, but just the whole sequence, knight d7, knight b8 is your best try. You have to feel that this is just. I mean, maybe this isn't the only way, but this feels so natural to play like this.
No, I agree. I think if you. No, well, maybe I can play knight 97. I cannot play.
Well, no, now you can't because you drop this, right?
It's not like I drop it, but you have to also calculate 96 bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6. But I think because you have Zwischenzug knight, bishop takes c7 check. So if you play knight d7 now, I think after 96,
it's losing.
We are losing because even rook c8 you can take on d7 with a check. Yes, this is true.
No, this is serious. This is really, really serious. And I mean, if you have to go queen c7 and allow this is strategically losing.
Yes, because the d5 pawn is
just the diagonal, just everything. This is just a catastrophe. No, this has been a catastrophe for Hracek. What amazing preparation by Vincent.
Do you think is? I'm not sure that this is actually preparation, to be honest, because okay, how do you expect d5 and knight d7 and then the setup? Not sure about this, but yeah.
Okay. Let's go back to the Masters games because a lot has happened. Let's go back to Navarra against Anton because we had a few moves. So we last saw it after Queen E4. We said that this is a new move. Navarra played the natural knight f3, and now we see Anton's big idea in the position, which is to go E5.
E5 is quite typical in these lines because even if you sacrifice this guy, you want the bishop on C8 to be out.
Absolutely. And okay, but I really like Navarra's reaction here. Rook G1.
Yes, he should get out of the pin because I don't think he can take on E5 yet.
And G6 looks.
But what else?
I mean, this looks very, very risky. I mean, David Anton is really risking everything, no, in this game, because you never want to go G6 in these positions and weaken the darks. I mean, let's say I just take, for example.
I have to play F6 probably.
And if I come back and I just castle queenside next.
One question actually. Can I go back? Yes. Can I go bishop G4? No. Bishop takes E5.
Yeah.
Bishop G4.
Okay, I take.
You have rook takes G4.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Then we don't try that. We play F6.
I think you have to go F6 here, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
F6, bishop C3. I'm what, one pawn down and threatening to go here and rook here next. I mean, this is unless I'm. Maybe you have some bishop F. Is this his idea? He wants to go bishop F5, hoping for castles queenside.
No, well, that would be, of course.
That would be nice. Maybe he wants this, but you even now have some. I mean, knight G5 ideas. Rook D1 immediately. Just rook D1 is also possible.
Yes, rook D1 actually I like because I don't want to allow you to play rook D8. But then I can maybe play knight E7. If you take on F6, I castle.
This must be his idea.
Yeah, yes. And here actually it's not clear who has a weaker king, but I would actually even claim it's white.
I don't know, because I can still go back, right? Put my king on F1.
No, you cannot put your king on F1. No, that's bishop H3 check. Why you want
you have check here, sorry. Actually, I wanted to play queen here, and then maybe I do, actually.
Okay, I should do something prophylactic, like bring a rook to E8. Not sure which one.
You're not worried, huh?
Nah.
Oh, wow.
Rook F7, okay, I have not a big choice. Okay. I can't sacrifice a queen yet.
You can try and sacrifice it, and if it works, I say good luck.
Yes, it doesn't work yet, but okay, I can pin your queen. I can play queen F4. Wait.
No, it's not pinned.
It's not pinned. That's okay. Then actually, like, probably you're right, and this is too much.
But I mean, this just leaves such an incredibly poor impression to me. I mean, this position just looks disgusting. Like, what are we missing? Why has this happened? I don't.
I mean, what is the time actually management of?
I don't have the clocks, so maybe.
Let me just. I will just check it because I'm curious how much time was spent by El Nino. And of course, in this moment, the app is hanging. I will try the different phone. And I can tell you in a moment, where is it when I need it? And of course, here the list is not given. Yeah.
Well,
maybe someone from the chat knows how much time he spent.
Truly looks like an abysmal position. We'll see. If you actually look at the live feed, you can see David Navarra just smiling. I mean, he must be enjoying himself playing this position because this is, for me, for me personally, this is the dream. If I get this position against David Anton, I couldn't be
Well,
happier.
I can tell you that seeing David Nara smiling is no indication at all,
That's
because
also
in
true.
general, like, he's a very cheerful guy. But yes, let's assume he's smiling because he's enjoying his position a lot.
That's also true. He is enjoying his position a lot. Okay, let's see what happens. We'll see what the big idea here is. Very quickly, moving over to Nguyen against Maksudlu. Nguyen has played the move, a better version of the move that I said, Lizzie, was one of the key ideas of this structure, which is to move this knight out the way to
And
get in
to
this.
push f4, right?
Absolutely. Timing it is, of course, important, but seems as though Nguyen wants to do that. Alternatively, he can just try and play on the squares. Bishop e4, queen h5, is it possible? I mean, it exists.
Well, bishop e4 now can be answered by f5 still, right?
Yes. So you've got to be careful about how you do it for sure. I think the main idea just has to be f4. But this is also a position which can be, things can
But
go
then
wrong.
I have a question, like, why do I need to play e3 if I can play, hypothetically speaking, f4 immediately? Because anyway, if you ever take on f4, I wanted to take with the cheap pawn, right? So I believe that e3 might be rather connected to queen h5 to come up first. Because you don't want to play g6 here. At least it looks a bit dangerous, but maybe it even works and you just have a draw in the
this makes all the sense in the world that you want to do it this way. Yeah, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Yeah, it's just gives a bit more flexibility. So some questions to answer there for Parham. Not an easy position to play for black. And I can see out the corner of my eye, we got all the action in this game, Lizzie. So I'm really excited about visiting this. Now, Francisco Vallejo did go back to e7 with the bishop. So he clearly had his eye on playing g5. And he didn't even need the queen to be there, because after bishop e3, he went g5 anyway, hitting the bishop. The bishop has to come to a g3, and now h5, very standard follow-up to push this bishop around. White played h3 to be able to cover the pawn. Queen c7, and now the knight came out to f3. So Paco can't go g4, of course, because of the pin, but Paco's idea is to bring the knight to h6. How do I feel about all of this?
Actually, like, since I'm a French player, I like black.
You like black here, huh?
Yes, even so I know, of course, his positions are very risky as well, but black should be doing, I mean, sometimes even you can, not maybe now, but even like to allow knight f5, bishop takes f5, and if you get your bishop to e6, everything is fine. Even so here, it doesn't work yet, but on the other hand, like bishop d7, long castle is possible, and it's not clear what white's king is going to do on the long run, right?
Yeah, but I started to play the French a little bit, but I've been a lifelong player against the French. And I'm not so sure that this is good for black. Like, there's something about it that I don't like for black, but it's also a position that I would lose most of the time against Paco playing white, because I have a lot of weaknesses and I would have to make my dynamic position work somehow.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the best way is here for white. I've got absolutely no idea. Like, is b5 good here? Looks natural to put the knight on a5, but of course now you have these weak squares, and here you need a really good follow-up. I mean,
yes, black is, I wouldn't say solid, but he's stable, let's say.
He's stable, but I mean, Salem has played 94, which is extremely logical because you want to play queen takes h5, and I guess Paco doesn't want to commit to h4.
Does he have a choice?
What about knight f5?
Can I take and play e6?
Sorry.
No, it's not clear yet, actually, because you can answer with f4.
Oh, well spotted. So something like takes e6 f4. Yeah. Sorry.
So no, it's not obvious.
That's actually very good, no? for black?
Probably, yes. If you don't have any good continuation, I think black is doing good.
Bishop is completely, no, this is a dream for black. My God, this is rook, you know, the pieces can come flying in. Bishop d7, rook e8. No, this is a catastrophe for white. Okay, so the knight comes to f5. Is there does white have some positional continuation? For example, my thought was, can I take and go h4?
I understand, because you would try to exploit the square on f4, right?
Yeah.
Let's say you have to play f4 to be principal.
Okay, I'll go bishop h2.
And now I have.
Oh, sorry, I'm blundering e5. Sorry.
Ah, yes, this one, it's good that you see that, because I missed it.
So actually, so then maybe I have to go f4.
Yes, that makes more sense to play f4.
But can you go h4, bishop h2, g4?
Well, here actually I would disagree. Okay, I don't have the white's bishop anymore, but still, like, positionally speaking, it's very risky for black. Very,
Yes.
very risky. You have one square on c4, but on the other hand, you have nothing. I thought like that you can try to play, like, if you take on f5 and I play f4,
Yeah.
that you should rather do something like getting the rook to g8. Maybe even here. No, here is maybe premature,
Yeah,
but
drop
even
h5, no?
or first h4 and then getting the rook to g8. Something like that. Because
yeah, but
at
maybe
least
now
here
I can take, no?
I take with the bishop.
And if I just castle?
That's annoying.
Yeah, I put the king on h1, e6, f5 is weak.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't look good as
But
well.
what if you just yeah, it's not knight c4? Is that a move?
Yes, it's a nice zwischenzug. Maybe this one is good.
Because
But
now, I mean, I'm not saying I want to take on e5, but for sure, if I can then play f6 and hold this knight, maybe. And also, I can't really do very much with white here, no? Like takes.
no, I don't want to
suddenly-
take and lose
No,
the
this is-
control of the black squares. I thought like even like queen e2 or something.
Queen
no?
e2, yeah.
And then knight e2 and claim that everything is under control.
Feels like it's not though. Feels like this position is far from under control. I mean, in the worst case scenario, in a lot of positions, black just plays bishop e6 and castles long, and I see zero problems here for black. No, this is the sort of position which you can lose very easily with white. Very, very easily. And Paco.
Okay, Paco is, I mean, you have to understand that Salem and Paco, both of them are very sharp players.
Very
so
sharp.
it's a decent clash when we speak about dynamic styles. But yeah.
By the way, talking about dynamic styles, we have had more or less the line we were thinking in Hari Krishna Vidit. He did take on b4, and then knight b5 did happen. And he just took the pawn. Vidit going on a pawn munching mission. Okay, and now Hari e4.
Okay, e4 is principle. Now, since like we have a strong sensor, we should use it.
Absolutely. What's going on here? Goodness, this is a tough one to evaluate, because e5 is just such a huge threat. I wonder if this is more homework by Hari Krishna, because you can get to this position quite easily at home.
I'm not sure that b6 is the most common reply, because instead of b6, I would have played knight e7, for example, which is more classical for the Karlsbad structure.
Right.
That's one thing. And the other thing is like that, yes, I wouldn't take on before.
Yeah, you would get on and do something. No, this is, I mean, Vidit, when he does this, He better have an idea here after e4, but
Okay, one of the replies is always like to capture and then knight g4, but maybe here it doesn't help.
e5?
No, I just mean that this is a kind of common reply you have to pay attention to. Maybe here it simply doesn't work, but it has to be considered. Otherwise, okay, I mean, e5 is a threat. I can play some prophylactic move like bishop f8.
Okay, e5.
Knight e5. Ah, you say h7 pawn is dropping.
I take h7, I come back to e4.
Even this, I wouldn't say is so clear, but yeah. Perhaps, yeah.
I mean, this could just be losing, no?
Okay, losing is a big word, but it could be inconvenient, yeah.
I mean, this optically just looks...
No, okay, let's consider something else. Maybe I shouldn't take, but if I don't take, then I lose a pawn anyway after e5, right?
Yeah.
So the pawn is gone.
I actually just don't see what Vidit wants. But he must want something, so...
Can we go back one move? I just want to see if I have to capture. So what options? Okay, e5 obviously has to be fixed. And it's clear that after e5, h7 pawn is dropping.
It's not just that, is that if bishop f8 happens, you have knight c7 sometimes, just winning a rook.
Well, 1 second. Let's say I play bishop a6, and then you can play, if you don't have to take ever on d6.
Bishop a6 now?
No, bishop a6 doesn't work. I thought that you have to take on d6, but this is rubbish, of course. You don't have to do that. So, Lawrence, we need a good answer.
I have absolutely no idea what Vidit wants. Let's have a look. So takes has happened.
Yes, this must be, because if you play e5 and then take on a7, it's like over in the center. Now at least you have some dynamics where you can prove something.
But what?
This I don't know, but something.
So bishop a6, e5.
Mm-hmm.
Jumps. I don't understand. I
mean, obviously you have to sacrifice something, because if you don't sacrifice,
okay, but
I'm just not sure in which way you should sacrifice, to be honest.
I mean, if you take, yeah, I get you have a lot of pawns, but
Question is like,
but maybe this is what he wants, because rook takes b5 is a threat. No, so bishop c3 can take and say that he has 1,000 pawns.
Yes, but you know that the rule says, like, if you have a lot of pawns against a piece, the pawns are only then valuable when they take part in the action. And here the pawns don't take really part in the action, which means the piece in general terms should be preferable. But this is just this kind of basic rule.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I'm not sure.
I really, sorry guys watching. It's one of those ones where the Grandmaster is going to have to show us, because I simply don't see an answer to this move.
I mean, there must be something, because I'm not sure, or unless like he just blundered. I mean, not blundered, but missed something, which can be the case. This can always be the case that also Grandmasters, if they have a bad day, they can miss something. So, but I'm also not sure what to see here. Okay, but I mean, like, let's be like, let's say we play, okay, I need even a move, this is a problem. Like bishop f8. The exchange maybe is
Not so big. Yeah, bishop b7 or something.
This could be still like survivable, but the question is also the move e5, right?
Yeah, even this, like we don't even have to go knight c7. We can just go e5.
Yeah.
No, this could be a disaster for Vidit.
No, but I'm sure that he have seen something.
I mean, he has to, surely. Why don't we do this, Lizzie? Why don't we take a break?
Yes.
Just for a moment. We've been on the air live for an hour and 40 minutes.
Yes, but the technical issues we shouldn't
we have had a few technical issues. Looks as though everything is up and running.
Yes.
A quick summary of what's going on. All games still in play. Some very exciting games as we would expect, both in the Masters and the Challengers section. It seems like, from what I can see, wow, I mean, just very quickly before we go to break, somehow the queens have come off.
How?
In the Navarra game. I mean, just very quickly, he went knight g5 here and not bishop g3, which is very surprising. And this has to be good for David to get the queens off, you would think, but maybe
like
it's
which
bad.
David?
Yeah, sorry, for Anton. But
okay.
But maybe this is still bad after, you know, castles queenside and bringing your rooks in. Actually,
yes,
the more I look, this is surely what Navarra wants. He wants to just checkmate black, and actually, this could still be just completely losing. No.
Well, I don't see a checkmate if you play rook e1, f6, bishop g. No, it's like if I saw like if you after f6 I can play rook e1, rook but E1. I think it's not the mate yet. I can't play rook e1. That's what I wanted to say.
Yes, but you know, at the worst, you have this. At the very worst.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just nearly mate. No, or what am I missing? Also, you have ideas of c5, bishop c5, bishop c4. This is just too.
Okay, let's leave it for the break.
Yeah, let's leave it for the break. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's round one of the Prague Chess Festival 2022. See you soon.
Šachy jsou královská hra. Jsou na světě už 1000 let. Učí nás dovednostem, které se v dnešní, překotně se rozvíjející společnosti mohou velice dobře hodit. Učí nás trpělivosti v době, kdy je moderní chtít všechno hned. Učí nás plánovat v prostředí, kde je obvyklé žít ze dne na den, rozvíjet strategii, řešit problémy, promýšlet věci předem. Na druhou stranu nás učí improvizovat a reagovat na tahy protivníka. Šachy jsou jako život. Od výchozího uspořádání na hrací desce přes první tah pěšcem, první šach jako symbol vyvedení z rovnováhy, až po závěrečný šach mat, kterým hra jednou
No idea what's happening in this one. Okay, hello everybody. Welcome back. This is live coverage of the Prague International Festival 2022. Well, there are more than two tournaments. We're covering two tournaments, the Masters and the Challengers, full of the most colorful and brilliant players in the world, some of the most brilliant players in the world, young, experienced, international players, every kind you like. And apologies for that. Outside, you might be hearing that. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. Actually, there's been today in Berlin, Lizzie, some incident. I don't know if you heard it.
I saw it. It's like once the thing is like that, historically, it's very sensitive because exactly at the same area, there was this incident during Christmas, like some years ago, when a trolley went into a mass of people and just hit everybody. And now again, a car actually went into the same area, absolutely the same area, again in the mass of people. One teacher died. And there are at least 5 people like seriously injured, and still the police didn't yet say whether this was because the driver lost the control, because he was speeding up with 150 kilometers an hour, or whether it was because of an emergency or on purpose. Anyway.
Yes, so we don't know yet what's going on. We're just going to take a quick look at the players, would be great. Let's get a full screen of David Anton, if possible. I'll be right there. Okay, apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. Crazy things happening in Berlin today. I don't know what's going on. There's noise outside, people ringing the doorbell. Anyways, okay, so 2 tournaments, all games still in full swing. Crazy games going on, actually, in a lot of the tournaments. Lizzie, where do you want to go first?
Well, let's start by the order, going back to the David clashes.
Yes.
Actually, David is a very strong name in chess. There's also David Howell, David Navarra, David Anton, 3 players over 2,700. Can you name another 3? Or probably Alexander is also very good. But
yeah, I don't know many more.
Strong players over 2,700, or let's say close to 2,700, carrying the same name. I mean, yes. In men's chess should be David and Alexander.
Yes.
But
well, very, very strong players, 2 Davids playing against each other. But I have to say, what has happened in this game has surprised me immensely. Before the break, we were looking at the move bishop takes e5, which looks incredibly strong. And now after f6, just to come back, yes. And it looks crushing. But David Navarro decided to play knight g5, which is still okay. But after queen f4, yeah, now he took, we looked at this. And here he played a very strange move. He played the move bishop takes f4.
And what you were expecting?
No, I was expecting him just to castle and try and mate. So there was something here that he didn't like, which I'm not sure what it was. But to take on f4 gives David Anton the opportunity, to play bishop f5. And now, I guess the point is that if you castle queenside now,
does knight b4?
I was thinking that, but maybe just a3, no?
Yes, and king d2, and I would say your knight is a bit funny.
Yeah, it doesn't look right. But maybe you can just get on with development. I don't know. 97 bishop b5 castles, bishop f6. Something like this, knight e7, bishop e5, castles, bishop f6, but maybe just rook e8. And no problems for black suddenly.
Yes. How is the material? Black is still a pawn up, right?
Yeah, black is a pawn up, but it feels as though Navarra has lost a lot of the momentum in the position. You know?
Yes, actually, like, okay, I mean, bishop takes c5 and bishop c3 seemed very natural to me as well.
Yeah.
But who knows
No,
what he has seen? I don't know.
I'm not so convinced by White's position now. I think black is doing okay, especially because now, I mean, knight before right here might be, well, we see the idea. Rook g3 by Navarra. Okay, this is also a clever move, but somehow it also doesn't work, no? For example, if I go knight b4 now, rook e3 check, knight e7. This is now an important Zwischenschach.
Yeah, Zwischenschach. Yes, but bishop d6 still doesn't work. Rook takes e7 doesn't work. So actually, like after rook g3, knight b4, he cannot give the check yet. He has to play something like rook d1, maybe. Simple and strong, no?
Yes, rook d1.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, if I now go knight e7.
No, rook e3. No, rook e3. Sorry. No, like bishop d6.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe, you know, like, wait, Lawrence, maybe bishop e5. No, knight e7, bishop e5.
Yes.
And if you castle bishop d6.
Yes. Okay, knight c2 check.
King f1, rook e8. And now.
And now.
Now is a moment. But there's nothing now.
There's nothing. This bishop is very stable. There's no g4. This bishop is controlling here. I mean.
Yes, okay. Then actually, like, this bishop e5 is silly. Then probably like you should do something. No, I mean rook g3, knight b4. And after knight b4, rook d1 looks good. And after knight e7, come up with something else.
Not easy at all for Navarra. And you know, it's one of those positions where if black castles, he's just a pawn up, right? I mean, there are positions where White just doesn't have compensation. And from being in this wonderful position, suddenly you're just a pawn down. It feels like it's gone very, very wrong here. Very, very wrong. No, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm looking, but I don't see anything.
I don't see it.
But I wouldn't say it's going wrong in a way that, I mean, White still has enough compensation.
Should have.
Because of the bishop here, but you're right, it could have been better.
Yeah, could have been better for sure. Okay, so what happened in the end? So let's go to another game. Let's go to Win against Maksudli, because Win played the move that you mentioned, Lizzie, which was to bring the queen out, very aggressive, but makes total sense looking at all these squares. And after rook f7, clearly, looking to be prophylactic, defend rook fd1. If you can't play queen g4, which
well, queen g4 you can always play, but the question, sometimes you have to understand whether like White can take on c6 and then play knight a4 and play positional or not. And if you play queen g4, you slowly start to, I mean, it's premature because d1 is hanging, but it's getting more serious about this idea.
Maybe just f3, no? Looks very dangerous for black.
Yes, and then f4, right?
Yeah, either bishop d7, f4. I mean, I think you have to go to d7 because if you go to e6, now you run into ideas of
knight
a4, b6,
and you lose more time. Yes, even f4 here is interesting because c6
f4
is hanging. Yeah,
exactly. Looks very dangerous. So I think you have to go to d7 to protect c6. But now, as you said, just f4 anyway. Knight d5 is coming.
Yes, I like it. I mean, the rook on f7 somehow also feels wrong in terms of the d5 square.
Yeah.
But okay, did he play queen g4 yet? No.
No, he didn't play queen g4 yet.
Because maybe it's not a good idea to exchange the queens, because objectively the queen on d7 is guarding a lot of important squares, and the queen on h5 looks dangerous, but it's not doing much.
Maybe the idea of rook f7 was that he wants to just go g6.
Yes, that's a main idea, because then I cannot sacrifice, actually.
Yeah, because now rook g7 just covers everything. And then if the queen has to come back probably to e2, now actually this g6 move has achieved a lot. I'm not saying you want to go f5, but it's definitely a move to consider.
Yes, because taking on h4 can be serious. I mean, not so serious, but it's positionally, let's say, not nice. No, I think queen g4 is not a good move, because the queen is needed too much in the center to control important squares.
So yeah, so here I think rook fd1, g6, queen e2, f5 is a move, but also, you know, you could play maybe more slowly now with b6, because if you manage to complete development.
I was also thinking maybe even queen e8 to get the bishop to e6 as one idea, because somehow the bishop on e6 looks to me nicer than on b7 in terms of stability. But of course, you're right, c6 is always a target as well.
Yeah, I think when black plays queen d7 a lot in these lines, his idea is to then come this way with the bishop. No. But this looks, this might really heat up. There has been some developments in the Liem game because we've had a lot of moves.
Yes,
we saw the opening, which looked very satisfactory for Sam, and he actually put the bishop on c6.
Yes, also actually makes perfectly sense.
Yeah, a6, knight e7, rook c8. Oh, you have to feel that Sam is fully equalized here as black.
Now, fully equalized, I wouldn't say it fully, because okay, I have some space advantage. It's this kind of structure, actually, which you know from the Queen's Gambit accepted. But there is one thing which is good for black. That usually in this Queen's Gambit accepted, the knight on c3 and the knight on c6 are the worst pieces. And black has the benefit that the knight on d7 actually is already there where it should be, especially when your opponent played a3, b4. And for this reason, also b5 here, this idea of knight b6 is perfectly coming in time.
Okay.
But white, you are right, probably like black equalized fully, because the knight on c3 is actually totally misplaced.
It's close, it's close. But okay, let's see. So we had b5. Rook d1, queen c7, rook c1, all fairly standard, bishop b7, and now a4. Okay, so Liem goes for this, castles, ab5, ab5. So the point is that this runs into
exchanging everything and taking on b4 and saying this is equal.
Or e4. No, sorry, e4 you can't. d7 hangs, but you can take on b4.
Yes, and I think it's fine.
Yes. Okay, so that's why Liem played queen e2 and queen b8. So, I mean, queen e2 is a good move, because I guess now bishop takes b4, knight takes b5 is dangerous.
Knight d5, I would
have sorry.
Oh,
knight d5. Oh, that's even.
It's not that it's losing because you have queen d6, but it looks very, very, let's say, dangerous.
Well, if I take?
I take with a pawn.
Oh my god.
And now I take on b5 on the bishop, and no. Bishop takes b5.
Yeah, you can do this actually. Rook takes c1, bishop takes
c1. Yeah. I mean, it looked suspicious.
Yeah, I was even thinking, does e5 just win?
I win the guy on d7. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, you're happy with
but yeah, e5, you're right, it might be winning too.
E5 might just be mate, actually.
Could be, yeah.
No, you can't play like this as black. So knight d5 is the threat, which is why Sam got his queen out the way with queen b8. And now Liam did take, and now you're attacking the knight. So you go knight b6. So the big question with these positions is, because you get a lot of these positions in like
Queen's
Gambit
Gambit
accepted, but you're right, is whether actually white has anything. And the point is that maybe white just has nothing here. It's possible. He has the extra pawn, but if black just takes it on the next move, what do you have? Because if you go e5, black's just going to go knight d5.
No, e5 I don't think makes sense. But
Yeah.
on the other hand, I believe I mean bishop a3 looks so ridiculously stupid that I believe that this is not the case.
Yeah.
So
actually, it's very difficult to suggest a move here for white that makes a lot of sense.
I think knight a4 by logical means, because a knight on c3 is the.
You don't care about the pawn?
Well, if the pawn is hanging, then I might look for. I mean, in general, just because I was applying to pure logic that it is the knight. Maybe bishop d3 is interesting. Because if you take on b4, then I have knight d5 ideas. Also, like e5 at some point might get more interesting with the bishop on d3. So in terms of coordination, because knight e5, queen e4, the b4 is also a little bit unstable, and you have to play something along the lines like g6, queen h4 at some point.
Yes.
So it's a bit
bishop d3 I kind of like, actually.
The bishop d3 looks logical in my opinion, because e4 should be supported, e5 should be a move. So
I think he'll play this move.
I'm also kind of sure, because knight a4 would be the alternative, but it doesn't work. So bishop d3 makes sense.
Yeah, I like this move. I think I would, if I saw that move, which I hope I would, I think that's the move I would play. It's the most natural move, isn't it?
Yeah. Indeed.
So.
So we can actually go to Paco, no? Because Paco's game was very sharp, and we didn't know what's happening here.
So what happened? Knight f5, and he didn't take because he was worried about these f4 lines that we would look. So he just came back to h2. Very interesting. Makes sense. And now Paco decided to take and go queen b6. Now we have a pure French structure. Bishop e2, protecting the pawn, makes sense.
And
check.
King f1 simply,
F1, you have to.
And after bishop, because otherwise c4 is falling. And sometimes you can sacrifice c4, but maybe not here.
Yeah, I think here you can't. So King f1 and bishop d7. And a4 protecting the pawn.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's Paco to move. So we have a pure French now. We started with the Caracan, and now we have a French.
Yes, and but black is fine actually. I think we have the square on c4. Well, I wouldn't say black must be better here. This is, I'm not sure, but for sure black is okay. Because white has some space advantage, has a silly bishop on h2, has a weak king. Maybe you're right, but the h5 is also weak. So it's not so simple.
But I'm not really worried about h5. I mean, maybe I should be more worried about it as black. Maybe I shouldn't give up this pawn so easily. But I hate this position. I mean, rook c8 looks like a fairly standard move.
And you cannot take on h5 because of rook c4.
C1, that's nice.
This also, but also I thought even to just play rook c4, but this is of course even stronger. You're right.
Oh yeah, this is just the end of the game. No, as I say, I've played the white side of these positions all my life, and
no, I think black is better. Yeah.
why isn't black? I mean,
No, you're right. Black is better because also like he owns the only file. He has a safer king. He has the better activity of pieces. Yes, black is. I mean, the only benefit white objectively has is a space advantage, but the space advantage is not helping him. Yeah, black should be.
I mean,
better.
this position just looks disgusting for white.
No, probably they should have taken on f5 the moment he
but
could.
even that didn't look great for white, right? I mean, even that looked kind of.
No,
bad,
this
but
was not so. This was not so easy.
it wasn't so easy with f4, yeah. But what is? Sorry, can we suggest a move for white here? Because I can't see a move, like a good move.
Rook a2.
Rook a2.
It's typical in this kind of French advanced lines to play rook a2, rook c2, rook d2. So I just go with the normal patterns.
You ready? Are you ready? I don't know if it works, but I really want to play it.
What, do you want to take knight b3? And if I take, you go check, bishop d1, queen d4.
But I don't know if it works.
Rook d2?
Yeah, rook d2. It's probably a bit much.
No, I know rook takes b3. I can take on d4. My queen is protected.
Rook takes b1.
No, I can take on d4. My queen is protected by my bishop.
So yeah.
Otherwise.
Shame.
No,
Okay,
but rook a2. Rook a2. Yeah.
Solid move.
No, the idea is rook c2 and exchange one rook, because for you it's also not easy to castle. For black, I mean. To get the other rook on the c file.
Yeah.
But still, you are right. I mean, maybe even queen c7, but then there's bishop d3. But yes, the fight.
What about if I just play like this move here, and just put the king on g7?
Okay, I also was thinking to play g4 and king g2, but
g4.
Well,
yeah. G4.
But after g4, you may even take.
Yeah, bishop takes. Now the knights, and then rook c4.
Yes, king f8 makes sense. Even short castle is interesting, to be honest, but maybe too much.
I mean, this move is not even a move I would consider somehow, but maybe you're right, because sometimes you just go f6 and try and win, huh? No, this position just looks disgusting for white. I have no real words for it more than that.
No, but even if you go like castle here and you take on h5, I would go rook c4. You go rook d2, only move, I think. I don't think you can sacrifice that guy. In the worst case now, I can play bishop. The bishop before you have queen g4. No, the neck.
Yeah, no,
even this is interesting. For example, like queen g4.
After bishop b4?
Yeah, bishop b4.
I've also got rook d3 there, right?
This is true. That actually doesn't make sense.
And also I have some h4 now. I can't.
Wait. No, wait.
Okay.
Go back to this position. Go rook fc8.
Queen g4? Rook d1.
Rook d1. I still can't take on d4.
No. But just to illustrate, like, are you completely sure this is losing for white?
Where's the mate?
I don't know, but
queen d8.
Yeah.
Nah, it's not mate.
Okay, maybe it's too much. But even still, it feels so wrong to let this rook leave the h file when you can just nicely put the king on g7. No, I think this is a catastrophe for Salem, and it wouldn't surprise me if Paco wins. Let's go to the next game, because we really have had some fireworks here as well. So we saw d takes e4, f takes e4, and we were saying before the break, I didn't understand what Vidit's idea was to stop e5, but now we see it. He goes bishop a6, e5, he takes on e5 like this. So he has 3 pawns.
Mhm.
No. Yeah, 4 pawns. Sorry. 4 pawns
Against the piece.
against the piece. But here, Hari Krishna plays the logical bishop c3. And now, knight c6 by Vidit. This could be genius.
Okay,
Because
but
of
even bishop takes b5 was not so bad, but
yeah, bishop takes b5 also looked great. So he probably rejected it because of takes, and takes, I guess. Oh no, I can take with the can I take with the queen? Something like this.
I have a check on b2.
Yeah, you can definitely do it. Sorry, why? So why didn't he play bishop takes b5? Maybe he was
Also-
afraid of the pin, rook d1.
Yeah, that makes more sense. And here
Actually,
I don't
that-
see a trick.
Yeah, because actually, probably has some sick a2 move or something. Oh no, this protects this.
No, here I don't see a trick. I mean, you can play knight
Yeah.
d7, but
No, but rook takes d3. No, this is why he played knight c6. But this is great because the idea is obviously if takes, black is a rook down. He's
mhm.
threatening to win this, and then this guy, and actually, rook takes a3. Why doesn't this work?
Let
Some rook
me
c8,
think. Rook
probably.
c8 is looking good,
Yeah.
or like the right move.
Queen b1. Maybe now. I mean, of course, what I want to do is I want to take rook. Oh no, I can't. But no, sorry. Feels very close to working, all of this for black.
Yes, but on the
Actually,
other
sorry,
hand,
we have something
yes.
like this. Sorry. He went rook d1 and then took a knight takes e5. So Vidit whole rook down.
But 4 pawns.
4 pawns, but is it enough? This, I mean,
Can white castle here?
yeah, castle. So knight d3, you have to take with the queen, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Queen c5 check.
Knight e d4.
Yeah.
So what's
Rook
his idea?
d8.
Yeah, but this feels good for white.
Even rook king h1 can even this.
Even rook takes f6. Feels like there are ways.
Yeah.
With king h1, rook f5 is here. Many it feels too many, and also black
Knight
is
is there's knight, and the knight e6 is not there, but matters
No,
like that.
knight
Rook
e6.
f5. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't like this. But so what is his idea here?
And it was bishop knight takes c3 already played.
Sorry, no, we have this position here. So we're saying castles. Now you don't have to take on d3.
Okay, what candidate moves you have? You can capture. You can play rook c8. You can play knight g4.
Knight e g4, yeah?
Yeah, likely
I
this
like
one.
that. Trying this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy position. No idea.
Let's make a draw.
I'm not a computer. What do you want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what to say? Yeah, do the calculation.
I mean, my instinct tells me that it's not enough for black. That's what my instinct says, but I could be completely wrong and have a bad read on this position.
Yeah, it's hard to say because even after knight g4, if, for example, like I just go king h1, and then if you play knight e3, I go queen c7. Okay, probably you don't do anything but to move away with the queen. And this is also like, of course, not easy, but it's not clear where you move with the queen. Because if you play like queen b4, maybe I have knight e6.
Queen where? Sorry, b4.
b4 and then knight e6. Even though the f7 pawn is not the end of the world, because now I can take on d3.
Yeah, but there's even ideas like takes here, rook f6.
And now you have a mating threat. Yeah.
Might be the end of the world.
So maybe at the end it's just a draw.
Yeah, why?
I take on f6.
Oh, you want to take, but do you draw this really?
Why not?
Well, I can always take, right?
Well, there's queen e1. You have knight e1. Okay, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe it's not a draw. Maybe it's
also I have like this, and I have this, and feels like no draw. I mean, this just looks winning for white, but I don't know. I mean, what do I know? It's just a completely, and he did castle. So Vidit has to find something incredible here, in my opinion.
Yeah, still very, I mean, surprising that he didn't take on b5, because this to me looked very logical.
All right, let's keep an eye on it. Now, there are some incredible games from the challengers. Now, we saw Kaima earlier in the opening, and in fact, we said that this position here after d takes e5 looked critical for black. So what happened? Knight d7, knight c3.
Well, we said f4, not knight
he
c3, because f4 would be principal, but then of course after knight b8, we get that what.
But this looked unbelievable for white, no?
No, we had f5.
Yeah, but we said that this was.
Well, we didn't yet say that totally. It's very difficult to evaluate this position, to be honest. Because you saw the move e4, but even that is not the end of the world.
Maybe it's not the end of the world, no. Feels bad, though. I don't know, intuitively feels wrong. But yeah, he went knight c3 immediately, and he allowed takes and rook c8. And now suddenly you cover the bishop, and you're ready to castle. Bishop f4, knight g6. Oh, no, I mean, definitely, no, this is... I mean, white is still a lot better, but...
White is not a lot better. White is not better at all.
No?
Why should white be better?
This pawn on a7 is giving me...
Well, but the a6 pawn objectively also can be weak. I mean, by pawn structure, black is totally fine.
Really?
You don't, I mean, like usually when you play with opposite colored bishops, if there's no mating attack and there's zero mating attack, it has a kind of drawish sort of character, but I don't see a reason why like white should be overwhelming better unless you
Bishop
have
h3. Good move.
rook c7.
Yeah, rook c7 only move. Rook d8 runs into bishop d7.
Yes, this is clear. Yeah.
So rook c7. So what's the idea? Bishop d7 anyways, probably, no?
Queen a8.
Queen a8.
Yeah.
Okay, and now if I go
e4.
something e4, yeah,
that makes sense.
I mean, I kind of want to keep this move in reserve, no? But you're right, at the same time, I want to stabilize my rook.
If you don't play e4, there's rook d8 coming. Maybe this is not convenient.
Yes.
But still, I play rook d8, of course.
Rook d8, but
you have to move.
Let's say queen g. Let me think. Queen a4, queen g4, lots of moves.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Can I go? What is the threat? No threat. Okay, rook d1. Rook d1 you want to play.
Rook d1, bishop c6 might come. Some tactics like that come. I'm not comfortable here as black.
h5. But you can even go queen h3, right? Huh. Okay, maybe I have to play it a little bit more careful, but I mean, the question is like, can I change something here? No, queen a8 looks better than queen anywhere else.
Yeah, because if you go queen b8, I'm very tempted to, maybe I don't go bishop b5.
No, but queen a8 makes more sense than queen b8 because the queen on
Queen
b8 is not so much. But okay, unless we want to sacrifice on d7 and take on f4, then I would agree. But this still doesn't work.
Yeah, so queen a8, and we are going e4 now.
Yes, and now we need a good move.
Maybe you want
No.
to go c4 and try and create some room for your piece.
Yes, actually c4 makes sense. You get the bishop to c5, that makes perfectly sense.
But you know, like even this position here, I'm very concerned. Like, let's say I go queen g4.
Mm-hmm.
If you go bishop c5, I mean, I'm not far away from mating you either. I know that's crazy, right?
No, you're
I
not
mean-
mating me. This is not a mate. It's not about the mate. It's actually here about the space advantage and the central
Yeah.
control. And if black doesn't
Maybe
get
just-
some
yeah.
control back or some counterplay on the wing, then you're right. Then white is clearly better. But it didn't look to me that white is better, at least by intuition.
It looks like the kind of position Vincent loves.
Well, yes, there's no dynamics for him, of course. Such positions everybody love. Not everybody. Shirov would be deadly bored, but apart from him,
No, but
I
I
would
mean,
love
this-
it, yeah.
he's been making his his rating playing this kind of position and beating grandmasters like Ratchik, you know, older grandmasters, 25-50. This is his
okay, wait a second. Can I play rook c6?
what?
I can check on
Wow.
c6.
Yeah, I see. Wow. Okay. So king h1, and now you want to go queen a8.
No, queen b8.
Queen d b8.
b8. I want to use the tempo of attacking f4.
Okay, this is okay.
And now maybe even b5.
Oh, I like this. I like this.
This is looking a lot better than the other
Yeah.
variant.
I like this because you're actually threatening. No, this is great. Rook c6. Wow. Nice move. I don't know. This is a great move. Lizzie.
Yeah, it's a good
Maybe I have to
one.
go rook d7 here. Anyways.
No, yes, you have to do something like that because you should not allow me to get so active.
Yes.
Let me just think what my f5. No, f5 doesn't work, sorry.
No, I can always
Forget
take.
No, you can play queen d5
Oh, I have queen
check.
d5 check. Yeah, sorry.
I just thought like I get my queen on the other wing out, but this is too much.
And if you give check, king h1, this check is not harmful because I have f3, I assume.
Yes, but at least I made some recouping, and now I know, but
You can play rook d8.
rook d8, yes, rook d8.
I think.
I cannot sacrifice the queen who's taking on e7 because you're very weak on the back rank. Rook e7, rook d1, rook
Oh, wow.
d1, and I claim that you have a back rank issue.
Wow.
Not so easy. I
Oh,
threat
this
bishop.
could be brilliant. Actually, this could just be brilliant. Yeah, because rook takes a7 is a threat.
Yeah, and even if h6, you have always bishop f5 in the worst case, and then f7. I mean, or even like bishop d7, king h7, and then taking on f7 and getting bishop f5 or stuff like
Yeah.
that. It looks
Or
very
just bishop
suspicious.
f5 now. Rook f6, rook takes a7.
Yes, whatever, but something
No,
like that. Yeah.
this is very dangerous. Oh wow! So rook d7 has to be the move. Yeah, bishop d7 is what you play. What you play when you have 1 second. But rook d7 is great. No, this is unpleasant still for Ratchik. So I don't know. Yeah.
No, but I still believe that if black plays correctly, that black is totally fine.
Okay.
He has to make some really correct moves.
Let's go to Sashikira and Varmadan because we haven't had many moves. You can understand why. I mean, we had this incredible, and he did go rook h3, which was my first thought that this is the correct move. Bishop a5. Okay, and now king f1. Again, this little move, which is so important to get out of the checks. And look at this, knight takes e5. Wow.
There's a mating square on the 8, which
And
is
knight
not yet valid.
cb5. Look at this. Knight cb5 hitting the queen twice. And you can't take because rook takes a3.
And rook takes
drop
a8.
the rook, and that's over. So you have to take on d2. And rook takes a3 anyways by Seshikiran. Now knight c7 check is a threat. And on bishop takes g5, it's white to move. And you can win an exchange, but is he, I mean, if I go h takes g5, does he just want to go king d8 or something? Or
King d8 looks actually quite reasonable.
yeah. Knight, no, knight d6 doesn't threaten anything.
96 king e7, right?
Exactly. So what's his idea here after bishop takes g5? Because knight c7 check, king d8, knight a8, bishop h4 looks great for black. Rook d1, you can just block. Knight e d7, bishop d7, whatever, block anyway. And whereas I have 3 pawns and a piece for a rook. So
Not so little, yeah.
I mean, this looks just fine.
Okay, now you have 2 pawns up. So did bishop takes g5 was played, right?
Yeah, and I think he went for this. He went for knight c7. But why is this not just fantastic for black? Take on h4. You don't even have to take, right? You can also just stabilize. I mean, I would probably take.
Just to take another pawn, right?
I mean, I'm not even a pawn grabber, but the thought of having 3 pawns here is a lot.
Yeah. Hacek, by the way, didn't play rook c6, he played rook c7.
Ah, well, no, that's gonna end badly for Hacek. I think Kaima's gonna win that. But we do have knight takes a8 on the board here, and I think black is better. But let's go quickly to a game we haven't actually checked from the challengers. It's the 2 locals, Pechak against Stochek.
They're not locals, right? One of them is Slovakian and the other one is Czech.
Oh, one of them is Slovakian, you're right.
And the other one is
Czech. Yeah,
no, it's not. I mean, Pechak, no, Stochek is Czech Republic.
Stochek is Czech, for sure.
And Pechak is Slovak.
Yes. And Pechak is an interesting one because he's a guy basically before this tournament I knew nothing about. He's 20 years old.
Oh, really? Yes.
Yeah, he's 2600.
I never heard of him, that's why.
Yeah. He's 2600 and 20 years old, and obviously a massive talent. And, clearly, we get this position here. And
I like this position with white.
Yeah, I mean, you think that this position is pretty good with white. I mean, you have to be a little bit careful, but feels 2 bishops, open board, knight d5 coming, ef5 coming. Looks like a very difficult. I mean, maybe black has to already takes, queen c8. Now you have to consider f5
and
f6. I mean, this could be just winning for white. This position.
Yes, it looks. I mean, like probably you shouldn't even take on e4. But if you don't take on e4,
no. But if you don't take on e4,
maybe rook d. Can I play rook d4, or you play knight d5?
d4.
We play knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5 is very strong.
Yeah.
That's very strong.
I just wanted to give some exchange, but maybe it's too much. Yeah.
Probably too much, right?
Yeah, I agree.
No, looks very, very tough. So Petrak looking like good, but I wanted to go to the Neiman game because these are two superstars, right? And we'll just join it here. And I have to say, you know, there's a reason why Hans Niemann went up 230 points. He makes things happen in positions. He finds a way to get maximum.
Yes, creative person.
I mean, look at this position he now has. When I look at this, I think this position is objectively just terrible for black.
No, I disagree.
Yeah? You think Nordebeck is okay here, or am
Yes,
I? Yeah, maybe I'm getting too
I
excited.
think actually the position is around equal.
Okay.
Because still, like, Niemann has some dynamic chances, but from the positional point of view, still like black has a better pawn structure. Because you have a3, which is weak, like you have a very strong rook on c4. And okay, that's like, if you compare the positions just by like basics, okay, by the king safety, maybe like white has a slightly safer king, true. The next thing is material is equal. Pawn structure is, I think, plus for black. Then next thing is piece activity. Okay, the bishop on e3 is not a bad guy, but the knight on f6 is also decent. Controlling of files, it's a C file against a G file. So I think around equal, yeah. But I don't see a point why like black should be worse. But more dangerous still from the structural point of view for white.
Yeah.
There's never going to be a mate unless like black is helping. You have g6 in the worst case. So yeah. I wouldn't call it classical equal, but I would say it's very double-edged, and it's definitely not an advantage for white.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I got too excited. Yeah, because this isn't very much of an attack, is it, to be honest? And black has got lots of counterplay on the queen side. Yeah, I think I've misinterpreted this position. You're right. I don't think this is a position to get too excited about with white.
But yeah, you see the pawn on g7, and you see like
I see ideas.
You see like Cherry the G rook, and then you believe that there is a mate.
Gary the G rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gary the G rook is a good rook. Okay.
But yes, the queen went. I think the last move is queen d1. He wants queen f1 and gets the queen.
Why didn't he go queen d2 rook c2 probably?
Yes,
so queen d1. You think he wants to come over here? Really?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a crazy suggestion. Still looks.
Also, like knight g3 now makes more sense as you don't run into rook c3 moves. So there is some logic behind that.
Right. Yeah, this is.
But yes.
Okay. And very quickly then, Michalik against Krisanovsky, who, again, I don't know. Do you know Krisanovsky?
No, I think it must be a Polish young guy, I believe, because I've never heard of him, but this usually speaks for a young Polish guy.
Okay. Michalik, of course, a very respected and experienced grandmaster. Looks like he has a phenomenal position with white. I mean,
according to all the rules, you're right, because black's king is weak, space advantage he has a slightly worse structure in terms of the isolated pawn on d4 and the outpost on d5, but yet here I would prefer white.
But I don't exactly know what to do. Because if black can stabilize put a knight on d5?
Yes, but it looks suspicious. It looks very suspicious because let me think what I would try to do. Okay, knight b6. No. What is the last move? Knight b4. Okay.
Knight before. Yeah, he definitely
Can I
wants to
play
stay-
even d5 here? Is d5 a discussion? It was played, no? Or it was like what
No.
it was
No, I
used.
just put it on the board.
Okay. Because d5 makes sense. I open up my bishop. I take the exchange.
Oh, you just want to take the exchange, no?
Yeah, simple.
Wow.
I mean, what do I mean? Like the thing is like that. Even if you get some compensation, my bishop on f2 was anyway not good. So why not to take the rook? I'm not even sure why to give the rook, but maybe like the position objectively is not that great for black. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, d5 looks particularly strong, potentially. Okay, let's go back to the master section. So this looks like it's good for white.
It's hard to choose, right?
Yeah, you can choose a game. I mean,
Let me see.
is Paco just winning? So let's see where we last left it. So, okay, so here after a4, rook c8, he didn't play your rook a2, he played g3. Very sad.
But if you play g3, then it's very sad.
Very
Yes.
sad. a6 also
Okay.
looks.
Queen
Oh no,
b2.
this is a great
You
move.
cannot take because of queen b2. I mean, you can take, but queen b2, and then the bishop is playing. Okay, maybe not queen b2 immediately, but you have the idea
You
additionally
have
of
knight
queen
b3
b2
now and rook c1.
and a4 is also like a
No, you
target.
can't take. This surely is the idea.
Yeah, that could be also true. True, yeah.
No, so he went king g2 and Paco just took a pawn, no problem. Okay, desperation, bishop takes h5. Oh, knight b3. That's beautiful.
And d4 is falling.
You can't take because of the tactic bishop f1 check.
Mm-hmm.
You're hitting a1, you're hitting d4. So rook a2 was played and knight takes d4, and now Salem in survival mode, but has to be losing for white.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good.
No, it's a big catastrophic game.
Yeah, there something went wrong. I'm not sure. No, I think at the point of knight f5 he should have taken. I'm not very sure, but I think this was a moment when he should have done something, and he didn't. The moment when knight f5 was played, I'm just checking
Yeah,
it
knight
because
f5.
I'm curious. I'm just checking it whether we are right or
No,
not.
but yeah. So I think we were looking at takes f4 as a possible, but it still felt like black is that black is better here. I don't know.
No, yes, but actually, like even after knight f5, apparently black is already better. But yes, he should have taken.
Yeah. No, but this position here looks this one on the board is just it just has to be
No,
bad.
this one is quite
Yeah.
quite lost.
Also, rook b2 runs into bishop f1 again, and the queen protects the knight, which is very useful. So white doesn't look at this bishop. I mean, come on.
Okay, the bishop can be as good as a pawn.
Yeah, it's just awful. No, I expect Paco to win. So okay, so great position there for Paco. Let's quickly go to Navarra Anton, because my goodness, I mean, okay, so David, he wow, what? Rook g3, he didn't go knight before, he went h6, just kicking the knight, and king f8.
I'm getting
check. The knight came back. Okay, knight out. Knight d4, knight e4. Check, check. And now you've got these ruined pawns. Check, and now here. f3 looks good. Knight g4 looks as though white has made some progress with all of this, but
Yes, I mean,
after
it
check,
looks.
but rook e8 is coming, and
Yes, the dynamic weight is changing.
yeah.
Can I mate you somehow? Just thinking like, no, but after h4, you play knight h3.
h4.
Knight h3 you play, I guess.
Knight h3.
Yeah, why not?
Really?
Now where you
Yeah.
want to go? You have not a big alternative.
That's true. Well, I was thinking, is it even a threat?
Yes, this is also like a very good question, but you need to make a move.
So let's say I played knight c5. I mean, I'm just experimenting.
Bishop e3.
Okay. Bishop e3. Yeah, that's
Followed by
probably.
king f2, and then I'm actually not unhappy.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to illustrate that takes, and this move might, even this, I'm not sure. Like here, rook h1, bishop f1. I'm not sure this even works for black. But okay. So let's try knight h3, your original move. This, yeah, and now bishop e3, f4, I guess is what you want to do, is it? Or knight b4?
Well, I mean, like bishop e3, if you play f4, I will take on a7.
Yeah. Yeah. So what about knight b4?
I was thinking you play rook e8, actually. I'm trying to
rook e8 also.
like get something on the
yeah,
e
no,
path.
this move is good, of course.
But then you can take and play king d2, and you get your king out this way.
True. Oh yeah, it's actually very fine suddenly. But you know, it's really gone wrong for David. I mean, he shouldn't be fighting against the initiative here.
I mean, you mean which David? I'm never like sure which David you mean, because both are Davids.
Yeah, true. Sorry, Anton. I mean, Anton has got the initiative, and it never felt like he should have the initiative at any point in this game. So it's very surprising.
Yeah. Somehow it went a bit wrong for David Navarro.
Yeah, Navarra.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's suddenly I mean, you know, optically I would take black here basically, but again, it's not. There might be a way for white to stabilize. But it's not completely clear to me. Okay, so that's interesting. Now the win against Magsudlu game also feels like has been a big success for Parham, who has liberated his position. There's an annoying pin here now, and this might even just be a threat to win a pawn, and I think he's done very well here, black. So maybe white made some small inaccuracy, because this position looks very good. I mean, what are you doing to stop this? Already looks.
Well, probably like I cannot really.
Maybe you just have to go d4 and bite the bullet.
Or bishop f1, but bishop f1 looks so wrong to me.
Yeah, yeah, because you don't actually change anything.
No.
What about d4?
Okay. First question, knight takes b5.
Okay, so I don't have to automatically take, right? Or is d takes e5, knight d4 a problem?
This is actually something I wanted to leave to you.
Oh, you were going to show the people, yeah?
I sound like that. This is like, you will work it out.
No, this is very strong because the knight protects.
Yes,
Yeah,
but I think knight d4 could be annoying, yeah.
Okay, so if I have to take, I have to take, bishop takes.
And now I take on e5.
Now you take on e5.
Yes. You okay?
Yeah, I've got these new glasses, so everybody who's watching me today, who's been watching me for years, will know that I haven't ever used glasses. I got these a couple of days ago, and this is my first time using them for the computer. When I take them off now, I really can't see. I don't have bad eyes. I just I'm getting used to them. But the positions are getting more strenuous for my eyes. So
yes, but after d takes c5, I see white is not winning, but white is good. White is quite good. So I don't think that you can allow that unless you have some tactical trick like knight d4 again. But after knight d4, I can move my queen.
Knight d4 again?
No, it doesn't work in this moment. I thought like after d takes e5, I can play. No, there's no knight. Sorry, now I actually like I suffer from my eyes because I thought like you had knight d4, but the knight is on b4. I forgot about that.
So maybe after knight b5, ab5, can I take with the queen?
Yes, but then I exchange and take on e5, and I can claim that I got
and
the central pawn against
the
the
but
side
no, there's
pawn.
a knight d3. No, how does this work? What if I go here? Oh, you go ef6.
I can, in the worst case, go e6. But maybe ef6, of course, would be nicer. Wait a second. There's a lot of moves.
There's a lot going on here suddenly.
I mean, if I take on d3, you have to take back.
Oh, you want to even take?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now I have like either taking on f6, which I doubt. I have rook d1. And I have bishop d5, which was in the initial idea.
But bishop d5, I'm not afraid of as black.
No, of course, it's not like that you have to be afraid. I'm just like finding some lines where white is not worse.
Right.
So here actually, how's the pawns? It's 3-6, 3-6. It's equal.
Yeah.
But actually, even if I play like king g7 and you take everything,
Yeah.
black is not worse. Black must be better.
No. Yeah, this can't be the way. This can't be the way.
No, yes. So
ef. But even this, bishop takes, or knight takes b2.
Yes,
Sorry.
this is what I was actually more worried about. Much more worried about.
Maybe this is good for black then. Hold on. So bishop b5, d5, knight d3, critical moments, critical position.
Yes, I still have. No, I'm thinking if I have the trick like bishop f1, but I don't.
No.
Yes, and
yeah, this it's very tough. Well, actually, this has happened. Look, d4 d4, ed4, ed4, knight. There was a trade.
yes, this trade makes sense because we always took the pawn on e5.
Right. So there was a trade. And now.
But now I have d takes c5, which was not the option beforehand. Because after this.
But don't you have the knight d4 again? After d takes c5?
But it's a bit different because now I can take with a rook on d4.
Can I do something crazy?
What is the material?
I'm gonna exchange up.
Okay, exchange is nothing.
True.
Okay, c6 is. I mean, like to claim like that. And the rook is hanging with a jack. That's sad.
Yeah, the rook is hanging. A lot is hanging. This position is just pure calculation.
Okay, bishop takes c4, bishop takes e2. And then c6, but nah, I think rook c8 it's not enough.
Bishop g4 even, maybe, I don't know.
Yes, okay, this no, we have to do something else.
Okay, so ab5 on the board. But okay, if you go queen b5, why do we have to do all of? Why can't I keep my queen on? Play a move like queen g4, and try and mate you. Knight d3, bishop d5. Yalla.
Yalla.
Knight b2, knight g6. Let's go.
Yes, why not? So how was this again? Like after like queen takes b5?
So I just want to keep my queen on the board.
But what was after bishop takes b5? Didn't we have
bishop takes b5. Yeah, bishop. Of course, bishop takes b5. And now I can't take, or can I? What's going on?
No, that's what I thought. Like we no, but now we take on c5 again, and we have like something similar. You take on e, and you have knight d3. Nah, maybe no. I mean now we take on c5. Yeah.
So if I go dc5, you go bishop c5.
I wanted to say that your queen is hanging, but my queen is hanging too.
Okay, this is an incredibly difficult position.
How much time do the guys have?
I have no idea, but it can't be much because
Yes, we are approaching time trouble. That's why I was curious. Let me just check.
that's going to be very interesting.
Let me check. The time is 10 minutes against 5 minutes. 10 minutes for Makasutlu. No, for win. A ton, one, whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
But queen takes b5 was played in the game.
He did play queen takes b5. Wow. Okay. So now I fully expect Win to keep the queens on, because it doesn't make sense to trade.
Okay, but if queen g4, can I play queen e2?
Yeah, you may, or I was even thinking bishop c8 exists there. But actually, hold on. If you do trade,
No, if you trade, I think we are just wars. Maybe queen e3 should be played to have queen queen h6. Or queen f4 you have as a tempo move then. That makes sense. But okay, after queen g4, you also have queen f4 as a tempo move.
yeah.
So okay, then actually I would go for queen
I
g4.
think he will play queen g4.
Yeah.
I think he will. All right, let's watch it, because there's a lot to go. Now, very quickly, Le Quang Liam against Shankland.
It's going to be
live.
deadly.
No. This is very clever. Look at these tactics going on. Rook takes b7.
b7.
Back rank tactics. So
I can't take.
If I take, and you can't take because of mate. And now you need to find a.
But I have to not. I mean, like I can play rook c1. I cannot play because it's hanging with a check. But if I don't take on d1, can I go? Can you go back?
He went knight c3. Look at this tactic. This is beautiful.
If you take on d8 now,
I think I have to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, rook d8, queen d8. And now I still have back rank tactics. Queen b3.
Yes. Or queen b2 is also interesting, but queen d3 makes more sense. Queen c8?
Queen c8. Now, have I got rook d7 threatening this?
Okay, in the worst case, I could also go like queen e8, right?
Yeah, I think you have to, because if you go, isn't this just winning for white? Oh, you have 95.
I have d5. I would. Maybe it's winning for black.
Maybe it's winning for black. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
But no, black is fine here. Probably it's just a draw.
Black is just fine, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Could be. Incredible. Are you sure there's no way to take advantage of this? So rook d7.
I mean, I would just say nah, but maybe I'm wrong. But
knight c3, rook takes d8, queen takes d8, queen d3 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d3 on the board.
I have knight d5 here as well, but then there's
knight
g5.
knight d5, I wanted to go knight g5.
Knight g5 is a problem, yes. So okay, let's not go knight d5. Maybe you're right, and actually like
Actually, queen c8, I can go knight g5 anyway. This isn't a threat.
then actually it might be that white is winning. But this means like, well, something went wrong. I mean,
Something went horribly wrong for, so rook takes b7. I mean, he went knight c3 here, which is, I mean, you have to be 100% sure that this move works, no? Otherwise,
I mean,
it's just
queen
over.
c8 is also like no, queen c8 loses a piece.
Yeah, you can't go queen
So
c8.
you can only take on d1 here instead.
Yeah, something like what you said, takes queen e8 or queen f8 or some safe move. Let's say queen f8.
Rook d7 and rook c8.
Rook c8. Or even here, rook d7, now knight c3, queen. Because if I get this knight to d5, but okay, let's say I go rook c8 because I also cover here.
Yeah, so maybe like what he missed is the idea of knight g5.
Yeah, or he missed just queen d3 straight up.
Was queen d3 played? Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
it's
queen
played.
d3. I don't see a move here for black. Knight d5, knight g5. I hit here and here. This, sorry, this just looks crushing. Queen c8, knight g5. g6.
But f7 is hanging, no?
Yeah, but got to be a little bit careful, yeah, because if rook takes f7, I have half a move here to be a genius.
Move to be genius. This I have to remember. Let me see. But okay,
I don't see it.
I can't attack the knight on g5 because this would be the first thing I should try to do. There is no back rank issue. No, I think it's just lost.
Just losing.
I think it's game over.
Yeah, I do too. And Sam, who won the tournament with 5.5 out of 7 last year, could be getting off to a really bad start. I really don't see a move.
Okay, but losing with black in the first round is not like that.
No, but if he's equal here, or if he has
But,
an equal position, it's,
Can I play rook c8? I don't allow you.
Play here?
Yes, rook c8.
rook d7.
At least now you have a dependency on protecting that rook, which means like that if I now go queen somewhere, let me just think where I should go, because I may need some tricks. For example, queen a5. If you go knight g5,
5 anyway.
I go g6, I have not an option. And if you take now on f7, I claim you take with that guy. That's upsetting.
Yeah, I can take with the knight.
But I tried.
You did try.
I tried to be
No, this
sneaky,
looks-
but I'm not sneaky enough.
Yeah, this looks over.
Okay, wait. Knight e2 check now. Knight f4.
Well, knight f4, this is check.
Yeah, I know. Queen e8. Knight g5. G6 and you take, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Looks
But
bad. Looks like
I was
Sam's
trying.
gonna lose.
I was trying hard, but it doesn't work. You're right, yes. So, yeah, there's some construction going on in my case. I don't know if you hear that.
A little bit.
But not that much, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So maybe actually let's go to the game back, which I wanted to see of Hare Krishna, because this was quite
Yeah. I mean, this
interesting.
Look at this position.
It
What's
changed a
going
lot.
on?
But I'm a rook up, no? Still.
You're a rook up, but this is over. Oh, I mean, the pawns are not moving. So why is white not just completely winning? No, this is bad. This is bad for Vidit. I mean, for example, if you take, the problem is that
Bishop d3 with the idea of bishop e1, but even if you play this move,
good try.
it's the only try, but because your knights are misplaced.
Wow. So I have to go rook a1, bishop b1.
No, you don't have to. I know, yes.
Oh.
No, you have to go back. He's right, yeah.
I have to, right? Otherwise,
Yeah.
so rook, I think he's going to do this. I think he's going to go bishop d3, rook a1, bishop b1, and now you need some precise. I mean,
no,
I
knight e7, knight e7 check. 95.
95 like this, 94.
Well, this I was assuming knight b5.
And you just want to.
Knight e2, knight c3, and rook takes b1.
Knight c3.
Yeah. And if you go knight b3, I have rook takes b1. Otherwise, I take on a2.
But that's not clear. That's not clear. This is not winning.
No, winning
No,
not,
this
but
is not winning. This is
yes.
not winning. Okay, so hold on. Maybe we. Okay, that's no. This is beautiful. This is like a study.
Yes, but
what if
he will play for sure bishop d3.
no, 100% he's playing this.
Does he has any other moves actually? Let's look
No.
for candidate moves. It's always good to look for that.
I really don't think he does.
Because
no, he will play this. This is guaranteed.
okay, 97 maybe I don't like because I lose time, but on the other hand, how to get to c3? I mean, after knight b5 here.
Sorry?
It's now white to move. Play knight b5, please.
Knight
You
b5,
have to go knight e4 or knight e5.
94 or 95. I've got an inch against 95. I would consider this move. I don't know how stupid it is.
I mean, you know, my question is like actually totally different. My question is like that the moment you want to play like something which is connected to knight c2 or knight b3, then I can play still knight c3 and I sacrifice, which means can I just take the pawn on a7 at some point?
So let's say knight b4.
Then I have knight c3.
Knight c3, knight c2.
And then I can take on b1.
Yeah, but I even this I think is not losing for black. Like, how can this be losing for black? This is.
I will get pawn on c5.
Yeah, but
you are right. Actually, like I just have to sacrifice my knight against one pawn.
I just need
get
one
rid of
pawn. I just need to trade one pawn here and then sack my knight, right?
Yes, but okay.
I mean, maybe you can miracle a win here, but that's the best. And if that's the best, then it's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are we missing? Why isn't Vidit playing this immediately?
Maybe he has another move. There's also knight e4, you know, in this position. And then knight c3 and knight d1 instead, because the bishop on c4 actually guards all the squares for the knight on c7.
But the bishop isn't stable there after knight a5.
Yes, you're right. But I was thinking like knight e4 still like to consider.
Okay. Yes. 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 Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking, but let's see. Maybe I think we must have missed something. I mean, I still think that white should be winning somehow. That's my feeling saying, but I'm not sure what we missed, to be honest. But we must have missed some improvement. Because imagine I will never allow you to get the knight to b3 or to c2. I use one knight to defend the squares and I use the other knight to attack a2, b1. But okay.
Yeah, but it's already tricky. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm curious. Saleh against Vallejo. No change there. It seems. It seems this is just totally losing for Saleh. What? Oh, well, here Sam found queen b6, knight g5, queen b1 check. Okay, so Sam found a way to prolong the game, but
can we go back? I mean, I'm thinking like that, like after queen b6, right? Knight g5 was played. Let's see what other move we have. If we have another move, of course. Because here can be, wait, rook takes f7 can be a move.
That is a move.
So rook f7, you cannot take.
Probably cannot take, but I have a move here, no?
Well, queen b1 check. Or maybe knight e2
no, I have
check.
knight e2
King
check.
h2.
Queen f2.
I will trick you. Queen takes h7.
Ah!
No, it doesn't work.
King takes f7.
But wait,
Probably.
it's probably not okay. Even this, maybe. Yeah, but no, the other one actually is
not
tricky.
clear, yeah.
Yeah. The other one.
But even this ending is not
clear. Draw. Yeah, should be draw after king f5. But okay, I was just trying to shock you a bit. But wait, let's go back. I want to see rook takes f7, knight e2 check.
Yeah.
King h2 has to be played. Yeah. Even so, king f1 we can still discuss, but
yeah, but giving the additional check opportunity, I don't think helps ever.
Okay.
But okay, let's say king h2, queen f2.
What is your threat? You have a threat of check and mate.
Queen g3, rook c1.
Yeah, but I have rook c7 here as a.
Wow, you're just.
And rook takes g7. I play.
What?
No, not like I will. I take on g7. Not I play rook c7.
You play rook g7 here.
Yeah.
But don't I have? Okay.
You have a check on g3, but that's it.
Okay, so check.
Yeah.
Let's say I go. Actually, you can take this.
Yes.
Check. This is very bad. Holy cow. Okay, so is this
winning?
Winning here.
Yeah. Check. You have one check and that's it. Game over.
Just one check. Game over.
So let's go back. Rook takes f7. You can try again.
Wow. You really want to kill me today with rook takes f7, huh?
No.
Okay, I have other moves. I have rook d8 here.
Okay. Play rook d8, but then I go rook d7, and keeping the queens on the board is like totally different story.
There's queen e8, mate. That's
because you have a very weak king. This is not possible. Your king is a lot weaker than mine.
Maybe it's good.
Let me check because I'm curious now.
Okay.
Let me check if I was right.
Could be. I mean, what Liam did in the game is more than acceptable. I mean, he took the very easy route he took, and he found the easy rook d8.
But actually, no, he liked knight g5 is stronger than rook takes f7. He did everything all right.
Yeah.
I was just curious what.
No, it's an interesting line, but I mean, also low on time, he did the practical thing, which was to do this, and he wins the e6 pawn by force, and now it's just okay h6, and well, Sam will not hold this ending. You assume because.
Yeah.
Well, it's 2 pawns, right? It's yeah, it can't be holdable. Knight c4. Does he want to go knight f5 here? And this is much easier to win. But Sam plays here. He makes, he makes him fight. But
Yes, but objectively, it's not chance.
yeah.
Not
Okay.
against such players.
No. So, okay.
So this was one of the things which we had. Hans Niemann, I think.
Let's quickly look at Hans. Yeah, let's see what's going on here. Hans Niemann. Looks as though Abdusaturov has done really well. No rooks on the board, no danger to the black king.
And I told you, the positional danger is remaining.
Yeah. No, this looks very bad. This looks incredibly bad. Not bad, but I would take black here all day. And I see no real way for white to create something. So Niemann, I think, trying to make a draw somehow. Kmar just looks like he's completely dominant. Look at this position here. I mean, this is Zugzwang almost, no?
Well, it's a huge word, but you're right, I don't get out with the, I go
like e5 and I walk, or I just say you have no move. Like, okay, you can put the bishop on c5, then I put the bishop on b3.
Okay, my question is like, if I ever play king e8.
It's just no threat. You want to go
d3, b3, and I'm like, okay,
no,
but
b3,
even
yeah, rook d3 check, rook takes b3. I have.
Yes, but
so
before, like, I want to play a5 so that I can play bishop b4.
But then I have bishop c6 still.
Yes, okay, I think this is, yeah.
Probably still winning, but you're right. But maybe I have an even better way to do this somehow. Like, for example, let's say king f3, a5. Let's say I go rook d5 check, king f8. I have to be like a little bit careful, but I want to do this. Probably also just wins.
Bishop d8.
Yeah, I don't have to allow any of this.
No, I don't think you should even get.
No, I shouldn't allow any of this. I mean, what if I just walk with my king? Sorry.
Yes, you should be walking. If now b3, then you go check on.
Then I give the check. King
f8, you take, bishop b4, bishop c6.
6, king e7, king d5, rook.
No, rook d3, rook d3 you play.
Rook d3 simply. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, agreed.
And it looks like Pechak is, I mean, what's going on here? Well, Stochek has done okay, actually. Queen h6. Is this so bad for black?
It doesn't look so bad anymore.
Right? I mean, but let's just do a count. So let's say queen here, bishop, let's say c2, 1, 2, pawn. No, but you have to stop this. You have to stop this. This is the problem.
Well, objectively speaking, two bishops, that king doesn't look. It's written some PGN. No, it was not a PGN error.
No.
No, but
okay. I mean, it's very difficult to.
Actually, Michalik already won.
Michalik already won?
Yes.
And that's the only game that has finished, right?
It was a game where we saw this great e4 move, wasn't it?
Yeah. He
no, it was. This was
D5.
like when
he played your move d5. He played
yes.
Rook b3. Wow, that's a class move. And he didn't even win the exchange. He just won this pawn instead and said
yes,
my king is.
And the bishop here.
Yeah. Wow, he made that look easy.
Yeah.
Niemann has some dark squares to work with. What happened here? Something he did something right. Bishop knight d4, knight f6. Not the move that comes to mind.
Yes, it's not very stable on the black
I
squares.
mean, what is
totally
this
agree.
move? Queen g5. I mean, this is a horrible move, no? What is this move?
I don't know, because I mean, maybe he thought like he can play king g7 and he missed knight f5. Could that be?
No. No.
Can I play knight h7?
Knight h7 and now some queen e7 or something?
But okay, what you're threading? Can
Well,
I go
might
queen h3 and then scare the pants out of you, or whatever you call it in English?
g1.
Uh,
My queen does a good job here.
no.
I kind of, it's
Queen h4, you have
no.
okay, no, you can take.
Okay.
All right, okay. I was thinking to scare you a little bit, but you're right, I can't scare you here. No, go back. I mean, okay, queen e7, knight h7, queen e7.
Okay. Queen e7. I'm sure that's the move he wants to play, queen e7. It's so natural. To protect a3 also. Queen d8. Queen d8.
No, queen f8.
No, he played queen d8 in the game.
But this is like going into a pin. Okay, d4 is hanging.
No,
Right?
no. He wants to give check.
Mm-hmm.
So if I go knight c6, check, king g2, check. And this is
Knight h5.
yeah.
I don't think you can go knight c6, no?
Yeah, no. Okay.
Maybe knight f5.
What's the difference?
My knight is closer to my king.
Yeah, no. This is true. Check. Wow,
King g3.
And check. You want
King
to go
g4.
And check. You don't care. You just block knight g3 or what?
And then we will see who's mating whom. Maybe even bishop g3.
Bishop g3.
No, there's knight e5, which is.
Oh.
No. I mean, okay.
No, king h.
I
miss that. Yeah, I'm blundering everything now. Okay. Bishop e5 he played. This is much more stable.
Really?
This is a good move because now after takes. I mean, black is in no danger, but
black. I mean, this is very dangerous position for white.
Do you think so?
Yes, positionally, totally. I mean, like the white's king is a lot weaker now. I play knight h5. I think this could be like close to be lost. Knight h5.
What? Lost?
Yes, because your king, look at your king. Just look at the structure and the king. This can be close to be lost.
Wow.
I mean, it feels, because, okay, black's king is suddenly very stable. And look at your knight on d4, which is centralized and doing nothing. And my knight on h5 luring towards f4.
Oh, and you just want to go like queen h4 or something.
Very simply, yes. Very dangerous position. And knight d2 doesn't work because of queen d1.
Oh my God.
Very dangerous position. I mean, bishop e5, I'm not sure this was great.
Holy moly. Knight h5, simple as that.
Okay, but this makes sense. You want to bring your pieces on like protected squares. And the knight there protects everything. And knight e6 and knight f5 is not working. And you threat queen h4.
Goodness me. Is this, wow,
this can be very dangerous position. I don't know what is the time actually.
So if I go king g2.
Okay, there's no trick yet. Okay, knight f4 is a draw, which I obviously don't want. Even though I'm not sure about knight f4 check. If you take, I take. How about your a3 pawn? But let's assume this is a draw. Queen h4, you go knight e2, and then I go queen e1.
What do you want to do?
A queen h4.
Queen h4?
Mm-hmm.
Knight e2, queen e1.
Mhm. I mean, you have always some checks on e8, king g7, check on
Knight
e5, king
e3.
h7. Yes, this I was thinking.
Queen
Queen
d2.
d2 and knight
Yeah.
f4.
My God. King h3. Yalla.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this. We've
Mm.
reached move 40 in a lot of games. Let's get a quick
Break.
summary. So
Because
Michalik won. This game is still going on. This game is still going on. Sashikiran is still going on. Kaima is still going on, but looks winning. Hari Krishna, oh wow, he's done amazing to win this point. Now this is over for Vidit. Salem looks, wow, what? Salem is somehow still on the board and
yes,
well,
he saved the position almost, huh?
Unbelievable. Le Quang is winning.
Mhm.
Win. This is also not even close to over, and we have now suddenly a complete. I mean, I don't know what's going on in that one. So,
Well, I think it's close to be winning for white, I would say. Because my bishop is a lot stronger than your knight. Unless you have knight h5, knight f4.
interesting. Crazy day of action. Really incredible. Oh, and the Le Quang Liem game has finished.
And Le Quang won the game.
Yeah, Le Quang has won.
And he's the one to come for an interview, I guess, right?
He is going to come for an interview, yes.
But by us?
That is what I am finding out. So give us 1 second here while we organize that. Meanwhile, somehow this guy's still on the board.
Yeah, surprisingly how you got out
Quite
of that.
incredible, yeah. Vidit is completely losing.
Vidit, you know, but Vidit is clear. But actually, I'm just checking like for Salem against Paco. But yes, he got really out of this trouble. He was totally lost, but he managed to get out of it.
Insane.
Just checking, yeah.
Okay, let's do this. We do have Le Quang Liem going to be here. We'll quickly talk to him. So we're going to go for a very quick break, and we'll be back in just a minute. Okay, we're live again and delighted to be joined by Le Quang Liem, who has beaten last year's winner, Sam Shankland. Congratulations, Le Quang.
Thank you.
It felt like, well, the opening was an interesting try. We looked on the database, this move, Queen C2, has been played very, very little at top level. I mean, almost nothing. Did you look at this before the tournament? Tell us a bit about this move.
Yeah, I actually looked at this last year with one of my students at Webster University. I coached them, and we came up with this idea, and I thought it was a very interesting idea, maybe good for one game or a couple of games. Obviously, it's not much for White, but at least I got him out of book early on, and that was my strategy.
Was he surprised by it? Did he spend a long time on his reply, or did
He
he play
spent a
quite
few
quickly?
minutes. I don't believe he could be out of book completely, but he wasn't expecting it, and maybe he was just trying
Right.
to recall the lines.
And the line he played looked very acceptable for him. I mean,
Yeah, this is all very natural. I think, if anything, White has a very, very small bluff, but it should not be much here.
so then the game developed again fairly natural. Yeah, as you say, a very slight plus for White. Where was the really? I guess A4 is a critical moment, is it
Yeah,
not?
let's go to
Or
that moment when I play A4. So I actually
yeah,
spent quite a bit of time there, 14 minutes, I believe. I was
okay.
trying to make something work here. First of all, I calculated E5, which is, I
Which
believe,
one?
E5.
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 Yeah, so the point is, if bishop takes F3, I have E takes F6, bishop D1, F takes G7, rook G8, and
Wow.
then queen D1. And this should be winning for White because the knight jumps and bishop H7 is coming.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if E5, if knight takes E5, I have, yeah, go back one move. Yeah, knight takes E5, I have knight takes E5, queen takes E5, and knight takes B5.
Yeah, looks
And
crushed.
if rook c2, I have bishop e5, rook c1, rook c1, ab, bishop b5, king f8, and rook c7, and I get back the piece with a pawn advantage. So, but the thing is,
Okay.
after e5, I think he has knight d5, and I couldn't make this work. I look at all these moves, queen d2, queen b1, knight d5, and nothing seems to work because he can just go queen b8, and
Right.
then knight b6 and castle. So I was not too happy with my position here, and basically I thought a4 was a very safe move. At least I'm not going to be worse here, and if he plays all the accurate move, we will just simplify the position and make a draw.
Mm-hmm. Because okay, in this kind of structure, usually the knight on c3 is the suffering piece, and
Yeah,
that's
I
a
would
good
prefer for
idea.
it to be on d2. So let's say knight d2 can
Yes,
go to
yes, of
b3.
course, that's a typical
Yeah,
thing you experience in the Queen's Gambit, accepted.
right. So I think he played accurately. Castle, A B A
Yeah, so
B.
A4, yeah, castle looks correct.
Yeah,
Take. Queen E2 looks correct.
yeah. Queen B8 is good too.
Yeah.
And
And
here
you
I
win the
couldn't find
game.
anything for white, so I was ready to take a draw here.
Oh, right. Okay.
But okay, we had Sophia Rue here, and no one could offer draw before
Mm,
move 30. So I just kept playing. Obviously, still not much. Some tricks with bishop e5, but he saw all these tricks. So
yeah.
yeah, this is on okay. And I think, yeah, h3, rook d8. I think at this point, he started getting a bit ambitious, and he wanted to create some pressure. I think he can obviously repeat move with queen a8, for example, and then I have to go rook
Wow.
a1, queen b8. So yeah. So after bishop b6, bishop d4, yeah, take, and of course he can play any move again, queen a8 or queen c7, and it should be fine. Knight c5 should be okay too, but things got a bit tricky here.
Yeah, suddenly.
Because if knight d5 now, I believe I have bishop takes h7, followed by knight
Ah,
g5,
and
and
this
queen
is.
g4, if king g6, queen g4, yeah.
Mm-hmm. This
And
looks
it's not
very
so clear
dangerous.
here. Yeah, so go back.
How much time did you have at this moment?
I think maybe
Both of
20 minutes, something like that.
Okay. So still enough time to work this out.
Yeah. So knight f e4 is a very ambitious move, but I think he missed my move completely, knight c6, which
Yeah,
is a
this
very
is
nice
a
move.
very nice move. Yeah.
Yeah, suddenly it got a bit tricky. I believe he should still be fine here. So take is correct. Take. Here I think maybe rook d1 first is safer. Rook d1,
Okay.
queen d1, and maybe rook c7. Something like this. And yeah, I don't think this will lead to anything for white. So he took knight e4, rook b7, and here I think is his critical mistake with knight c3.
Right.
It looks so natural, but it was losing, I think. So I think he has to take d1, queen d1, and then queen c8. That's the only move.
Queen c8. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
because you threatened. Yeah.
yeah, so he threatened rook c1, and if rook d7, he still has rook c1. So
Yes, because you're pinned, yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I think after rook, sorry, queen c8.
Queen d4.
Yes.
Mhm.
And then knight c5 and rook a7. So h6, at least he has time for that move. And then it should be holdable for black. Rook c7 is coming, and black should be safe. So I was very happy when he played this knight c3, and he was a bit slow on time here, so
Yes.
it was understandable. And then after this, rook d8, queen d3, I
Queen
think it was
d3.
already
Critical.
very, yeah, maybe already losing for black here.
Yeah, we didn't find a way for black to survive here, actually.
Yes, I tried rook c8.
Yeah, that's what he played.
Rook c8,
Yeah,
yes, he played, yeah.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
rook
So
Rook
now
d7.
just rook
d7.
d7. We were looking at this, weren't we? Which is also
Yeah, I
interesting.
was also very tempted to play rook f7, but
But
I
knight
think
g5 is stronger, actually. I checked it later on because I was curious if you, I mean, we saw both moves,
yeah,
but
I
we
saw
were
both
curious.
moves. I was trying to decide which move was the best.
You one was better according to evaluations.
Yeah, but instead of okay, let's go after the queen trade. So knight g5, queen b1, take.
Mhm.
Knight f7. Could he play rook c1 first and then knight d2?
Some tricks, yeah.
We didn't look at it.
At
So
this moment, yeah.
this is okay. So he wants some knight f1.
Can I play h4? Is it so bad?
Yeah. I was thinking h4 is probably the only way to win.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Looks good for
probably.
white, no?
Yeah,
Knight
pawn check.
c4. Yeah, the knight g5. Yeah, that's
Knight
bad.
c4, knight g5.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's the same story.
And if
It's
h6,
2B.
then 98, I think. No, go back. Instead of knight c4?
You mean
Yeah,
here h6, 98?
98.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, this should be lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
so very unfortunate for him that he
it
blundered basically in one move.
yeah, but I guess that's one thing certainly for the people watching and for us commentating that no Sophia rules. If there were Sophia rules, there was a good chance this would be drawn a lot earlier, right?
Yeah,
So
I love fighting chess, so I have
yeah,
no issue with just keep playing on, and that's what brought me the win here, so I cannot complain.
Yes, on the other hand, actually, like he played quite complicated in the moment when you actually suggested to us like to play queen a8 and after rook a1, queen b8 and have a move repetition. But he started himself to play quite ambitious. So either he was still hoping that he could bring up a fight. But how was your time in this moment? It was always around equal, like, right? You never had like much
Yeah,
ahead of him.
I was always a little ahead on the clock, maybe 5-10 minutes for the whole game, so that makes
So
things a bit comfortable for
that,
me.
yes, but that makes things a little bit less understandable why he thought to be very complicated, unless he just missed knight c6, and that's when the trouble started.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. He missed that move completely. Yeah.
all right. Well, look, congratulations. A nice way to start the opening experiment. Well, let's say it didn't quite work in itself, but you won the game. So thanks for joining us, and
Thank
yes,
you.
good luck
It's my
tomorrow.
pleasure. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, see you guys.
All right, see you. Yeah. Okay, Le Quang Liang.
Who are we? As a company hailing from Bohemia, it is easy to assume we are a glass company. After all, this is the tradition we are steeped in, as deep and mystical as the valleys of northern Czechia. And while it is true, it is incomplete. After years of audacious industry, of compelling collaborations, breathtaking installations, of iconic designs, of uninhibited art, the question of who we are is somehow answered in the body of work we have created around the world. We are not a glass company. We are a spatial company. Be that space professional, be it personal, be it stunning, be it subtle, awe-inspiring, mind-altering, extravagant, elegant, be it grand, be it humble. We believe space is a necessary luxury in this world, and no matter what shape or form it takes, a space should enable everyone to feel something sublime. So, as we broaden our horizons, as we challenge our assumptions, as we disrupt our industry, as we strive to bring something of lasting beauty into the world, we think about what a luxury is quite differently than other brands. And how we think about it is this: a luxury should not look down on anyone. It should lift everyone.
tell us something about your game?
This was the poison pawn, and it's one of the sharpest openings in current theory. And it took me about 12 minutes to go for this h4 idea, because I've seen it sometime before, and I spent some time on the clock. But after I played h4, my opponent went bishop b4. I'm sure I also checked this line, but during the game, many things were, it was not easy to recollect everything. Yeah, so I think rook h3 was probably all right, and then my opponent played bishop a5. After bishop a5, maybe there are some other ideas probably, but I played king f1. It looks very natural for me to get out of the pin on the a5 e1 diagonal, and at some point we reached all this after knight e5, knight b5, bishop d2, rook a3, bishop g5, knight c7, king d8, knight a8. I believe my opponent should go bishop e7 at this point, because when he took on h4, after I go knight b6, I am sure I am a little bit better, at least, because I'm always trying to pile up on the b file, and then to take on c8 and take on b7. But in the end, somehow I probably I was not sure where to put the rook on c4 or d3. The rook was on c3 and was attacked, and probably rook d3 was a better square, because my opponent then, when I put my rook on c4, my opponent got his rook to d8, and I was thinking probably after this his rook is always trying to enter the 7th rank or maybe 4th rank. I don't know. It's creating some kind of counter.
So you think after that critical moment the position is almost equal?
I think it's probably equal, yeah. Because in the end, the only way for me to continue was to go bishop f3 and bishop c6 and knight c8. And if he goes rook c8, rook goes to b4. But I had the impression that even if I manage to collect the f7 pawn, and then he's probably coming with king to c5 and then rook to d8, yeah. Somehow I felt the bishop on f6 is holding his king side, and maybe he has enough counterplay with rook d4 and rook g4. So honestly, and we had to make like 14 moves in the next, and we both were playing in just more or less like 2 minutes or 1 minute on the clock. So okay, it felt not so. I was not completely sure, but okay. Afterwards, maybe after we analyzed a little bit, I thought maybe it's a normal result.
Yeah. So thanks a lot, and good luck in your next games. So hello, congratulations. You had a very sharp game today. Did you have everything under control, or do you think Black has chances also?
Well, in my head, it was under control, but I think in general, it's not possible to calculate everything in such games. Of course, I had to calculate a lot of variations, but I mean, only one variation could be played on the board. There were many interesting alternatives for black in this game. I think it was a very interesting game. I could play, you know, sacrifice a lot of pawns and pretty unclear. So I'm happy with the result and the game as well.
And the opening was a preparation, or it was a surprise?
No, not really. I prepared until some point, but not the entire thing. I actually calculated most of the lines starting from c takes b4, and perhaps they, I mean, when you start the engines, of course, they might find some equality or something like that, or even black is better in some deep variation. But practically, I think it was quite difficult, and with it was quite low on time, and that kind of was like he couldn't think at the crucial moment, you know. So something like after queen c5 and somewhere in the middle of the game. So I was, whereas my moves were pretty much logical and natural, so I didn't have to think a lot of time for my moves.
So thanks a lot, and we wish you a lot of interesting games.
it just some weird? I don't know.
Looks could be winning, but not so easy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is live coverage of the Prague International Festival 2022. A lot has happened since the break. All the games in the Challenger section have finished, and it's been a white day. Kemar winning his very nice position against Facek. Pechak winning against Stochek. So the two locals, the two Czech players losing, but some redemption for the Czech Republic with Michalek winning as well with white. Niemann managing to survive, which looked something that looked like a difficult position. And Sasikiran Varmadam ended up in a draw in a very, very interesting theoretical battle in the poison pawn. And that means we've got 3 games left. Hari Krishna did manage to win
this, right?
game.
Was actually Bishop D3 played as we supposed it?
I believe so. And Hari Krishna just went King F2. He just brings the king. This is just very simple.
It was a lot easier than how we could only think about the knights.
Yeah, and he just brought the king, and now the knight is offside.
Yes.
And yeah, and now once the pawn is won on A2, it's a simple victory.
Easy. Yeah.
Great start for Hari Krishna beating Vidit. Lovely start. Le Quang we've already seen, meaning that we've got 3 games left. Let's see what's going on. Let's go with the top, the local hero, David Navarra against David Anton.
And it looks very dangerous for Anton in terms of a very strong. How is Simon calling it? It's not Barry the B pawn.
Barry the B pawn. Could be Barry the B pawn. I mean, Barry is a fairly English name.
Yeah, Barry.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe rather Billy the B pawn, right?
Billy or Barry and Gary. But you're right. I mean, this guy, he's ready to run. And if this pawn is captured, you know, the question is, so what is the winning construction here for white?
Well,
so if I go B6, rook takes F3. Okay,
yes.
let me ask this question. No,
rook takes G7 is not enough.
But I can't do it because takes B7, rook B3.
I'm not sure. You can. We have the right pawn. It's winning.
We have the right pawn. Are we in time? It looks like we are, because here we can take.
And bishop G3, and that's it. And we block.
So B6 is actually a move here.
So he has to play knight F5.
Knight F5.
Yeah.
So now we need a clever move. What about just a move like, I don't know,
rook D5, the rook D7 I meant, yeah.
Rook D7.
You take on H4.
Now I just go here.
And you don't have any.
This is just nothing.
Yes, and yeah, it's nothing. I was just thinking if I can play rook A2 and then have knight G2 and knight E3, this kind of perpetual, but it doesn't work. Yes, you have the bishop. So it looks to me that there's no chance, no?
Yes. So hold on. So what is wrong with just going B6 immediately? So B6, knight somewhere. Because if you go rook behind, it does nothing. I just move I put my rook on a sensible square. And B7, I actually see absolutely no way to save this position after B6.
There's no trick. At least not a trick I can witness.
No, looks like absolutely no trick here whatsoever, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, let's go to the next game. I think this is
so
more
this looks
challenging.
winning. Yep. Now, win against Magsudlu is an interesting position because black is a full exchange up with an outside pass pawn, but his king is in a kind of net. And the question is, can black escape this net? Because if the king can get out, you can win, but
I'm wondering how you want to get out of the net.
that's
Because-
the point. Because if I go bishop f6,
I can go bishop f4.
bishop f
No,
bishop
then-
f4, I go king f8.
Yes, but then actually, like, if you don't do it, then bishop g7 is played. No, bishop
sorry.
c1. I will play bishop c1. Sorry, I will have to play like bishop,
Bishop
c1.
bishop c1.
Then you play bishop e2,
Yes.
and I play knight bishop h6 back.
Yeah, this is okay, but and I don't have a good pass.
And that's, I think this is maybe the key.
He didn't do it. He played another move,
Like,
g5.
maybe this could be the unique idea, because now the thing is bishop c1 doesn't work.
Yeah,
And this
now
can
he's-
be helpful,
Yeah, no, this could be a very good move actually.
because
Yeah.
now I have still the idea of bishop f6 and bishop g7.
g7, yeah. So
Just
if I
you
go,
don't
if I go here, also I can
take.
just take. Yeah.
You take. I take.
Well,
No,
there's
well,
not-
this is
there's
not
not
the
much.
issue.
no, this is not. But
Bishop
yeah,
takes
white.
f2, maybe you have as a threat at some point, but
Yes. Something like this. Yeah, this looks losing. G5. That's probably a good move by Parham.
g5 is stronger.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it's survivable. at
Okay,
all.
if I do nothing like king e2,
Yeah, bishop f6.
bishop 6, okay, let's say king d1, whatever.
Okay, now
Bishop g7,
bishop g7 probably.
bishop takes g5,
King f8.
I take,
Yeah.
and after bishop,
It's the wrong. No, but you can't even stop it.
I can't stop it, that's the thing, I can't
That's the
stop the
problem.
guy.
That's incredible. I'm just in time to run the pawn.
Yes, you can't stop it, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's a huge feature.
And
'Cause
like,
if you
I'm
could
too
sacrifice
slow.
the bishop, it would be a draw. But
Yes, if I could, even if I had one tempo up and I had my king on c2, it would have been a draw, but actually
Yes.
I'm just one tempo short, it seems.
okay, so then that's very well calculated by Max Sudlu.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean you have to do something radical here, right?
Well, if you want to win, yes, but
So yeah,
was h4 played?
no, not yet. But on h4, gh4. But now if I go bishop c1 here, my idea. Sorry.
I have the wrong pawn. If I play h3,
Yeah, if you go h3, I take, and I take,
yeah, true.
and I
And
walk.
this is, yes, and this is draw.
Fantastic. A whole bishop you have, and you can't win. Maybe this is his brilliant plan. Did he play this? No, not yet. Okay.
Okay, but he has no choice, because if everything else loses, then h4 is his best chance anyway.
Yeah,
He
I
has to
mean,
open
what
up.
else are you supposed to do? Because if you see that king e2 just loses,
Mhm.
this and this, or whatever way, this and this, it's the same.
Yes.
This is more accurate. He
Yes.
played h4, bravo.
Okay, but it's like elimination method. If everything else loses, you have to
That's
try.
true.
And what other game is still running apart from those two? It was Paco actually, like, right? who had the totally winning position, and then
Yeah, let's look at Paco.
because at some point I think he was plus 15,000.
Unbelievable what's happened in this game. I mean, if we just go back to here, move 24, completely crushing.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn up, better king, everything. And something went, even here looks winning, here looks winning. I mean, anything.
Well, this is, yes.
He
but this
probably
is-
thought that anything wins, and then something, I don't know exactly know.
Wait,
what
wait, no, go back.
Ah.
Here, F6.
F6, yeah.
Just take that guy into the game and game over.
Wow, that's actually a really easy move.
Yes, it's not so difficult, but I'm not sure how much time he had left. Maybe he was in time trouble because Paco is a candidate who likes to be in time trouble, as far as I remember.
And amazingly, Salem found a way to stay. And he found this tactic here, knight takes d2, because you can't take, because suddenly it's mate.
Yeah, I think
So
he
he-
missed knight takes d2. This was the key.
Definitely. And actually, the material is equal now. And well, Paco won a pawn, but he gets his rook trapped. And now a lot of material is knight takes before. Okay.
And we're taking
That's
on
it.
e6 and draw.
Yeah, I don't even think Paco will try to win that position because it's just too much effort. Like, he'll be so disgusted with himself. He'll
Yes,
be
it's-
truly disgusted with himself for not winning this
Okay,
position.
I don't know. I don't know him too well personally to understand how hard he is on himself, but I guess this is quite painful
No,
indeed.
this is just too much. I mean, this is a plus a gazillion position.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn up, better position. It's not really a position that somebody as strong as Paco should be struggling to or not converting. I mean, we could say, I mean, we did say at the start, I haven't seen Paco play almost at all in the past 2 years. He's rusty.
Okay, I mean, like you lose a feeling of pressure in
Yeah.
a way when you
Yeah.
don't play. This I experienced myself, so I understand quite well.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that Salem is not going to make a draw here. I mean, there's just King F7, Rook B6. This is already, now you have to block something like Bishop E7, Bishop H4. It's just
Okay, this is over.
really a million ways to make a draw here as white. Shocking, really. In the meanwhile, David Navarro did play the move B6. So that is looks crushing.
Yeah, I also don't see. It was knight takes h5 was played, and
Yeah, he played knight takes h5, b6.
b6, but it was black to move because we had b6 and we saw it from white because the knight was on g7 in our line, no?
Yes.
Or am I mistaken? But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. This knight is not on a good route.
Mm-hmm.
White is just going to move the rook and move the pawn, and it's just really, there's just nothing to do. You can't even go here because wait, yeah, this is, sorry, he has the f pawn now. This is just an easy
But does
win.
it matter?
No,
Well,
I mean,
it's easy winning.
very easy win.
Mm-hmm.
So I see no moves here for David Anton, which
Yes,
means
it looks
that
like.
Navarro is going to win and I think David Anton will be very disappointed because it really felt like
He had a good position, no?
Yeah, I mean, well, it felt like Navarro didn't get the maximum out of the opening, and probably at some point David Anton was getting not excited, but he was getting happy that he was still on the board because the opening was a catastrophe for David Anton as far as I can see. So he'll be very disappointed that he let this game slip. And in the other game, in the win against Magsudlu, he did go for G8-4, Bishop C1. So this is a beautiful position now.
So once
where
again, what happens if you take on g3?
if you take on g3, I play bishop f7.
And
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Bishop f7. And then I take on a3 here.
a3. Yeah.
That's
so nice.
that's upsetting.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just an immediate draw. So there's nothing to do. So actually, was g5 a mistake? I mean, could it be possible that g5?
Oh, you cannot get out of this net otherwise, because I have always bishop c1, as you saw. I mean, bishop f6, bishop c1. I know bishop f6, you do nothing.
Yes.
Oh, how was it?
Something
Yes, no,
around
yes,
here.
yes, no, it was like bishop e7, bishop h6, bishop f6, and then bishop c1 back. And even if you play bishop b2, I go bishop h6. You can't get out of the net if you don't play g5. So he did it correctly to try g5, but apparently, like, since he has a wrong colored bishop for the edge pawn,
Right.
it's still a draw. And the advantage maybe the computer gives is based on the material you are up, but still it's a draw.
Right.
Yes, so we will have a draw here.
Yeah, so I think we will have a draw there. I will be shocked if Vallejo decides to really force this, because you lose.
It depends how angry you are, you know.
Yeah, you could just be angry, but it's just. He played rook f7, so he did carry on. Okay. Well, it's a theoretical draw. F5 looks good. King g4, king e4 looks extremely natural to me here.
Yes, I think it's
centralize the king. Yeah, nothing to do.
Even like less chances because they have the same colored bishop. Otherwise, maybe some chances with tactics,
yes.
but not even with that.
Yeah, king e4 played by Salem, and time to actually. Well, no, black doesn't have to be careful, but don't be too like already. Like here, I'm just going rook e7 as black and calling it a day, because what else can I do?
The knight cannot even come back.
You can go to a2 to c3.
Yes, that's the best chance you have.
Yeah. Because just to illustrate, if you go, okay, you can't really make a blunder here with black. But I'm trying to find some construction where I go like this and rook e8. But yeah, I mean, even that's draw. It's all a draw. It's all a draw. So the games should all finish rather quickly here. There's not really much. Nguyen has found a fantastic way to make a draw. David Navarra, there's just no moves here for David Anton.
I think knight g7 was played, no?
No.
But I see it.
Knight g7 was played?
b6, knight g7, was it played?
No, it wasn't played. Somehow.
It was our move suggestion.
Yeah.
We just demonstrated that.
Yes. Knight g7 has not been played.
Would have been surprising, actually, because it's just simple.
It's very simple. Yeah. A very disappointing day for a lot of our players. Who's going to be the most disappointed?
Vallejo.
Yeah.
Unbeatable Vallejo. And then number 2 would be Shankland.
Agreed. Bishop g7 played by Vallejo, but now if I go f5.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, the best what like Vallejo can hope for is bishop and rook against rook. But even this, I would believe.
Yeah, but you just never get there, right?
not voluntary, but this is like the only hope to have a practical small chance.
Yeah, I don't even let that happen, basically.
I just mean, yeah.
I mean, there's no way to even let it happen, right? Because I'm going to try and exchange the bishops.
No, of course. I just mean like that this is the only objective hope you can have.
Yes. There's nothing to do here. Paco has to understand now is just play knight d5 or something. Just do something like anything. Just don't waste your energy in this position. Yeah, the games are at a kind of standstill. Is there anything in chat that's interesting?
I can't chat anymore because my phone died. But maybe if you see something, let me know.
You can of course, guys, do write in the chat. I'm just looking now. Nothing as far as I can see in the chat. Please do send us your questions or your queries if you would like to the chat, and we will do our best. I'll actually have a look at this. But the games are effectively over for today.
Yeah, almost, but yes.
Um,
I'm just looking if Makazutlu made some. No, it's still Makazutlu is thinking and probably he's unhappy.
okay, knight a2 was played by Paco, and now bishop e5. This is how we get your line.
Yeah,
If bishop e5.
Knight c3, but I don't have to take.
Yes, you can just go king d3.
Yes, and that's the same. That's what I will be doing. Because I think it's easier to make a draw with knight and rook against rook than with bishop and rook, from the experience I have.
I wonder if Paco will play rook and knight versus rook and pawn.
I think he will, just because, you know, it's like a little bit funny to say like he will because he's never thinking about the pure commentators.
He just wants to torture us.
Come on.
He's got no plans tonight, Paco. So he's like, yeah, I'll play rook and knight.
Even though Prague should be a very nice city to explore in the evenings.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. Let's quickly go to the Navarre again because we've had some moves. So it went b6, check, king d2, knight g3, and now just a little bit of care, I assume, by David Anton.
Yeah, rook c7 is a lot safer than rook d7, just to put him on a stable square. That's logical.
Yeah, and David Anton just has no moves. There's just not really. He can give a check, but now you can even just come back with the rook. This is just.
This is even that.
Cleaner, yeah. Knight f1 check, king c1, king c3. It doesn't matter. No, it's just.
Yes, this is.
It is time to resign here, as David Anton. He knows that, of course. He does give a check. This is a last.
King d3. No, king d2
also. King c2 is also just.
Really yes, you have one more check in king d2. Yeah, true.
Any move is good for.
I think you can't even like.
You can't actually make a blunder. Yeah.
No, it's true.
I don't think. Yeah.
But this would mean we get maybe David into the interview.
Possibly we could, yes. Possibly, depending on if he is willing to keep it short, because we know he likes to analyze games. And
not only this, you know, like there's a very interesting or amusing story around David. It was the Olympiad in Tromsø.
Yes.
And all the players, I mean, from every country, they all went through Oslo in the most cases, right? Yes. So the German team or part of the German team was boarding the plane in Oslo, and actually, like accidentally, like Hu Yifan was sitting next to me. She was just because the plane was full of chess players, and suddenly, like there's a guy, and I hear like, "Hola, Dzień dobry, Privet, Ni hao," and I knew this must be David.
Yes.
He was quitting the whole airplane and all the languages which were on that airplane, because he also learned Chinese, you know, Mandarin.
Oh, wow. That's so impressive.
And the best thing is like that he always like says like that he speaks very bad and he apologizes, but actually he doesn't do any mistakes, you know.
That's very, very impressive. Yeah, he speaks like what, 10 or 12 languages, something like that.
I mean, he's fluent in Polish, in Russian, in English, in Spanish. His Chinese apparently is not so good. His German is decent.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a big surprise.
But yeah, it was very funny.
King D3, Knight E3 played, and I'm struggling to see the idea.
Well, he wants to give a check on A3.
Okay, but B7 check and
Rook C3 doesn't change much. Yeah. Yes, B7 should finish the story.
Yeah.
Whereas in win against Makazutlu, I think the game is over.
Yes, so we have a draw here.
I mean, not over, but unless there's some Zugzwang and you have to get the G pawn towards G6, I don't see a chance.
Yeah, no, that's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
In this game, you can also just play G4 here. That's perfectly reasonable. King D6, G5.
Yeah.
You're not going to get Zugzwang anytime soon. David Anton does resign. Very disappointing start for the Spanish star. Very disappointing game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the opening was about. I mean, it was
very risky in general, like to play the opening. I mean, at some point, I think he had equalized, but still, even if you equalize, you know, it was always very risky structure in general. So it was a kind of unusual choice.
Yes, it was.
But now, isn't it winning after bishop c5?
No.
Why?
G5.
And you can't take.
Anytime you. Yeah, I mean, you
I
can
was
try
just like
bishop f4. This is the move I would try and hope for g5, and then I take, and then I win. So bishop f4, yeah, king here.
Okay, David Navarre is coming to the live broadcast. We should take a short break because he's interviewed now. I think over there, not here, but I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. So we will take a short break, and we're going to be back with the winner, the local hero, David Navarre beating David Anton. We'll be back in just a short moment. Okay, hello everybody, and welcome back. This is the first round of the Prague International Festival. All the games are finished, and we've had quite the day. A lot of victories, a lot of upsets, a lot of disappointed players. If we look at the Masters group, congratulations to David Navarra for beating David Anton, Le Quang Liem for beating Sam Shankland, and for Hari Krishna for beating Vidit. Francisco Vallejo Pons will be very disappointed. He had a crushing position against Salem. Salem found some incredible resources to draw, as did Nguyen against Magsudlu. He earned the draw. So that means, of course, after round one, Navarra, Le Quang, and Hari Krishna all on 1 point. In the challengers group, it's Vincent Kamar off to a great start, as is Pechak and Michalik. It looks as though Abdusattorov might have missed a chance against Neiman. Neiman will be very happy to have made a draw in that one when he looks back on it. Sashi Kiran against Varmadan was a very interesting theoretical battle. Maybe some chances missed there as well. Great first day, Lizzie. As expected,
Yes.
lots of interesting, dynamic, exciting chess.
So tomorrow we will probably have another interesting day with some
Absolutely.
interesting dynamic and positional chess.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. We'll be back same time tomorrow for round two. Until then, wish you a great evening. Thanks for stopping by. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.